Maybe I'll unmute and start the video, see if anything happens here.
Nico.
Hey, Jordan.
Is nothing going on right now?
All good?
Yeah, so like, it looks like I'm good, but it's just me and Jordan, so I'm happy to do it. But
I'm just in my car, so I was like, I'll just, I'm driving to Michigan right now, so I was like, I'll just tune in and see what's going on. It's just you and I. We could just say hello and we can go on our separate ways here.
Cool. All right, well,
Everything good with you?
I'll go through it. If it's being recorded, I might as well go through it, right? So,
Yeah.
okay. Thanks so much.
I might log off sometime in between because I'm driving, but
That's fine, no worries. But so my HIIT session here is about pre-qualifying, particularly for listings, but I guess it could work for buyers too. Buyers are usually a little bit easier. Buyers, the pre-qualification is 3 questions really. Is first of all, when do you need to move? Second of all, the question is have you been pre-approved by a lender? And the third question is how long have you been searching, and have you been working with, and how have you been going about it? So I don't like to say, are you working with a broker right now? Because I don't want to suggest that maybe they go look for another broker to work with, or have you interviewed any other brokers? In fact, I prefer to say to a buyer simply, how are you going about your search, or how have you been going about your search thus far? Because I feel like that's a way to imply like, well, I've been working with a realtor, or I've been, looking at, I've been looking at Zillow or whatever it is. And so that's one way to sort of find out if it implies whether or not they've been working with a broker. So, but the main point of what I think the key thing also is, with a buyer, I'm always trying to get them to come in the office or jump on a Zoom meeting with me and sit down and go through the process. During that process, I'm able to then set expectations about what we're looking for and what to expect. And so for any pre-qualification, it's really the 3 questions. And then when are you available to come in or jump online with me so I can explain things to you in more detail. Now, more detailed and more importantly, there is the listing pre-qualification. And this is much more crucial, and it means it means the difference in some cases between success and failure when you show up at the listing. And the better you are at this, the more easily, the faster and more successful your listing presentations are. So it all starts from the first contact and the first prep. So let me share with you some of the questionnaires that we use here. Share. All right, I'm going to share my screen now with you. All right, so this is a basic questionnaire that's like sort of first contact. When somebody reaches out to us, or if I get a phone call or a text message or an email from somebody, first what we do is we run them through these basic questions. So obviously it's contact information questions. What's your name? What's your email? What's the property address you're talking about? What's your phone number? What's the best way for us to reach you? And is it currently listed, or are you currently working with an agent, or are you interviewing multiple people? So then comes the other important questions. Why are you moving, or where are you going? What are your plans? Tell me more about that. And for each of these questions, I try to ask 2 or 3 questions deep. So if the question is why are you moving, or where are you planning to go? If they say, I'm planning to, I'm not really in a hurry, I just heard the market's great. Okay, great. So tell me more about that. So if you don't have a place to go, if we did sell your home, where would you go? Do you have any major life events coming up that we need to plan around? Tell me a little bit more about your family. Tell me more about who lives in the home with you. tell me a little bit more about how long ago you purchased. So then that gets into the time frame of selling. How soon do you need to move? The reason why time frame is super important for these questionnaire is it gets to motivation. And it also gets to what you're going to be dealing with in the listing. So if someone says, I've already moved and I need to sell it immediately, and it's vacant, that's an entirely different listing presentation than me coming in and someone saying, well, I was thinking about moving, I just got a promotion, I just want to see what was out there. That's going to, so the motivation is different. For somebody who's already out of a place and they need to move really quickly, obviously they're going to be more motivated on price. They're going to be often more receptive about staging and things like that, versus somebody who's in the house and they don't want to be disturbed. Maybe they're not quite as motivated. If they don't have a place to go, maybe we need to be focusing on their search and where they're going to be going next. One of the things I've learned in all of these, Bold and some of the other KW classes is to really get into the client's motivation. Once we're into the motivation, you can know how to help them and keep tying your conversations back to that motivation. What is your goal? How can we help you reach your goal? And are you willing to do so the sometimes difficult things that it takes to achieve your goal? Because, there's often a struggle in achieving a goal. So, right. So that gets into time frame of selling. Like, what's your time frame? Do you need it done immediately? Do you have a little bit of time? Is there a specific date that we're working around? All right, next one. Are you receiving any corporate relocation assistance? I am a relocation certified agent, and I've done a ton of relo over the years. Relo can completely change the game. In some cases, you have to get pre-approved by the relocation company. There's a whole bunch of extra paperwork. It also means oftentimes additional disclosures, some of which we don't have here in Chicago, we don't use, but we want to make sure we get all that paperwork together before we can go on the listing appointment, so we have it all of our ducks in a row before they present their listing to the relocation company. And relocation companies often do things differently, so you need to know they're an actual player in the negotiation of the transaction, among other things. So one of the things we're trying to get to in here is, who are the decision makers? What are the factors involved in the decision for making this move? And can we get them all aligned either at the appointment, or can we think about them while we're having the appointment? So a relocation company will have a say in the seller's motivation and their time frame and some of the qualifications of what they're going through. A lot of relocation companies will buy somebody out as soon as they've cleared the attorney review contingency, and then, or they'll have a set number for a buyout for that seller. And in doing so, there's only motivation to a certain point. So sometimes you have to manage multiple expectations, and that's important to know right up front. And then, have you thought about selling your home yourself? So in many cases, I can send this questionnaire to the client, but in most cases, I'll talk to them on the phone and I'll fill it out myself. But it's just a good reminder for me for what questions I should ask. So you're thinking about selling your home yourself, or have you ever thought about it? On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being extremely urgent, how motivated are you to sell your home? I sometimes ask that, and on almost 9 out of 10 times, I get somewhere between 6 and 8. No one's ever super motivated 10. No one's ever barely motivated 2. They're always between 6 and 8. They're always just slightly above half. So, but it is interesting to note, if they are a 10 or if they are a 1, then that may be my decision whether or not to even take if it's a 1, then why would I waste my time with the listing presentation? Maybe what we need to do is get them out to look for a place to buy, and that would change their motivation. All right. Then tell us about the property you'd like to sell. Obviously, if they've given you an address, you can look it up in the MLS and see what the property history is. I also love Remine. If you haven't used Remine yet to pull up tax records and public record information, it's brilliant. So having that open in front of you sometimes as you're having this conversation can be super, super helpful. So so that's another tool to have. But how long have you owned the property? When did you buy it? what updates have you made since it was purchased? Because sometimes if they purchased, 10, 15 years ago, they've made a bunch of improvements and the information that we have on the property in the MLS and in the tax records is wrong. And then I love this question. Can you rate your home for me on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the best? I mean, 9 out of 10 times, it's either 8, 9, or 10. It's one of those top 3. I mean, everyone thinks their home is fantastic. I love it when I get someone who says my home is like, it's probably like a 3. I haven't really done anything with it. I also work with a lot of investors who own apartments and apartment buildings. And I mean, they're often pretty honest. Like, yeah, I haven't done anything to it over the years. And so it's really not it's probably not great. It needs a ton of work. I just don't want to do it, All right. And then if it's not a 10, I ask, what would make your current home a 10? What do you think it needs? And do you have any idea what you think your home is worth in its current state? And then I got to figure out who owns the property and how much equity do they have in the property? Because if this is going to be a short sale, I need to know that up front. If they're thinking one thing and they're not able to get their price, not able to get the what they're hoping for out of the property, then that's important to note as well. Okay. Do you own any other real estate? And then finally, how did you hear about me? And what are your expectations for me as a realtor? So that's another great set of qualifying questions. And then set the appointment. What are the things that we need an appointment? Now, if I am not fielding this call and a team member is fielding the call, I will also go to what I have is this pre-qualification form where I can, so this is much shorter, but this is sort of an internal document that we can use to then make sure that we've got the information we need to be able to prepare the listing presentation and then get it delivered over there. We try to send ahead of time information about us so that it can shorten the listing appointment time. And then finally, after the listing presentation, I fill out a little quick thing about what I discussed. Are we going, what's the list price we chose? What's the commission we chose? And then this goes to the team members so they can adjust the listing paperwork accordingly. Oftentimes I will bring a printed out version of the listing agreement with me to the listing so that we'll sign it up on paper, but we still need to let the team know whatever, where we are. And also so I can remember, because if I've been doing a bunch of things, I don't want it to be, or if they said they're not really ready to list for 3 to 5 days or 3 to 5 weeks, I don't want to forget what I promised them. So this is sort of a form that we use once we're through the listing presentation to make sure that everyone's on the same page. That's this one here, listing presentation form. So I think the more thorough you are up front, the easier these appointments go and the less hassle you have. And also, you're asking the right questions. And what it does is it gives you a sense of what you're dealing with here, and whether, for me, it's often whether or not I want to bother with this listing. If someone is just going to be argumentative and just not going to be a great client, and the listing's not a great price or in a great location, or if it's not something I feel where I can provide some value or benefit to them, then maybe I'm referring them to somebody else. Likewise, I also think that the more that it works both ways, they're also qualifying us while they're qualifying, while we're qualifying them. And so, we have to put our best foot forward. And the more that we feel we set the tone that we understand them and that we are doing, we are really interested in helping them achieve their goals, the shorter the time is between when you meet somebody and you build that rapport, the kind of rapport that will endear you to somebody ongoing. So that's my presentation about pre-qualifying the listing in a nutshell. If you would like information or access to our questionnaires, I'm happy to provide that for you. Just feel free to reach out to me, nico@theapostlegroup.com. And I love you guys and have an awesome, awesome day. Thanks.
Hi there. Is everyone here? Looks like we've got about 7 people, and it is 11:01. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started. We are going to discuss the listing presentation today. And I am going to talk through some of the steps that I take to prepare for my listing presentations, and then also how most of my listing presentations in person or via Zoom look like. But what I want to let you guys know is that this is an open forum. So if at any point in time you want to shoot me a chat or have a question, please feel free to interrupt me, because sometimes I think that having conversations, as opposed to me just talking to you guys, is effective. So just feel free to jump in at any point. I will give you a little bit of information about me first. My name is Liz Jones. I've been with our market center, with the Lincoln Park Market Center, since it opened in 2016. And I have been in real estate since 2016. So this is my 4th year. I started off on a team, and I have been an individual agent for the last 2.5 years. So just gives you a little background on where I kind of started and where I am now. So I'm going to try to do a screen share at some point, because I think that will be effective in showing you guys how I prep for my listing presentations. So what I like to do first is to pre-qualify my clients. Some of these clients I already have a lot of knowledge about because I helped them buy their home, and now I'm helping them sell it. So I'm familiar with it. I know quite a few things from our first time around when we were buying it, but also a lot of my clients are referrals or just new business, and I don't know anything about their home or them really. And so what I like to do, typically I have a phone conversation with them first, and we just talk a little bit about what I'm going to send over to prepare, and we get our call or our meeting scheduled. But I like to send over an email that I said pre-qualifies them. So I'm going to try to screen share this here with you so that you can see what I put together for my clients. So let me know, please just shoot me a chat if you cannot see my screen right now. So this is an example of an email that I send over, and I let the client know that this is coming. But I just say, hi there, here is just a little bit more information that we'll be going through when I meet with you in person or later this week or over Zoom. I kind of joke that I don't want to leave them with too much paper, and especially because we're in a digital world right now, it's really easy to be able to do all of this online. And I think that they appreciate that too. So what I do first is I attach this seller survey, and I have this pulled up, I think. Let's just see if you guys can see this. All right, so this is a survey that I put together. Very basic information about the seller's name, phone number. Most of the time I have that already. Motivations for why they're selling, where are they going, how soon do they need to be there, repercussions if their house doesn't sell, were they trying to sell their house with another agent before me? Were they trying to sell their house on their own before me? Just getting an idea. Here I talk about their urgency. And then I also like them to give me as much information on their home as possible, because whether it is a repeat client or not, they might have made updates that I don't know about. And those are always really important to be able to highlight to the public once we go live on the MLS. And then here is a little bit more about the financials of their home. What if they have a mortgage, how much do they owe, any appraisals, etc. Do you own other real estate? Do you need to buy a home? Do you need to sell in order to buy? Those are things that are really important to check up front, just so you know how to go into the meeting. And then here is just a kind of a more like personal area. And this is fun for me, but this is, as much as it's fun, it's also really important. And I really appreciate when people fill this out for me, because we're always supposed to mirror, our clients when we're talking to them. And if they're very type A, or they're, just kind of like, oh, hey, you give me the information, that's all I need, and you can do the rest. Depends on their personality. And I really like to understand that before I go into a meeting with them, so that I can do my best to try to match that and not just be overbearing with who I am, if that makes sense. And then down here, sometimes they fill this out, but what do they expect from a realtor? And, I just always really try to take that to heart and remember that throughout the process. So this is just a Word document that I have PDF'd, and I attach that to my emails for them. All right. So back to
Would you mind sending that to all of us?
Yeah,
if we put
yeah,
our emails
absolutely.
in the chat.
Yep, absolutely. And what I was going to say is, if you guys could all drop your emails into the chat box at some point before the hour is up, I will make sure to send you guys my example of that and all of the things that I have here.
Liz, really quickly.
Yep.
I wanted to ask, are these being recorded and will they be uploaded anywhere? Because I have to hop off really quickly.
I believe so. Yep.
Okay.
I've seen a few times where it says that this is being recorded, so you should be all good.
Okay. Do you know where it'll be uploaded? Is it uploaded via command?
I don't know that, but Noelle will, and I'll be
Okay.
sure to confirm that
Got
and
it.
make sure that a link is sent out afterwards. So
Okay,
again,
thank
if you
you.
drop your information and just tell me that you need it, after the fact, I'll make sure that you get that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. So, all right, so that's a seller survey. And I like to send this out, this email and the seller survey. I like to send that out to them at least 24 hours, if not more, in advance, prior to our meeting, so that I can review that. But oftentimes, you sometimes get appointments and they're within the next day, and you just don't get a chance for that, which is fine. And you can always ask them to review that with you in person. So in that case, I would print it out and bring it with me. And so here is the condo sale process. So this is my listing presentation. And I will go through this with you guys, but before I do, this is just to kind of show you what my listing presentation looks like. But, and we will come back to this, but I attach this digitally, because I don't like to overwhelm my clients with a bunch of paper, and sometimes I feel like they may not actually reference it. So having that handy electronically is always good. But you can, of course, bring that to the listing presentation with you. I just always find that having conversations with the clients in person is more organic than if I'm sitting there flipping page by page through a presentation. But again, it's all about how you're most comfortable presenting, and the personality of how the clients are going to receive that. So this specific client, they were a townhome in Lincoln Park. It was a 2-bed, 2-bath. And so lucky for me, I have quite a bit of comps that I could pull for them. And what I did here is, these are hyperlinks from InfoSparks. And so I don't know if you guys are all familiar with using InfoSparks on the MLS. It's a tool that allows you to pull more in-depth detail about, certain market areas and all different sorts of market trends. What I choose to do is I do the new listings, closed sales, recent sales, and percent to list price. And I give this to them ahead of time. So here I will show you an example. I'm just going to click on new listings here. This is an example of what it would look like if I was to download this and attach it. And this is oftentimes it updates in real time, which I like, because they might look at it on May 30th, and then they might look at it again on June 5th, and the data could be a little bit different. So it updates in real time. But this just shows them, the amount of new listings that are in their area, and so that they get an idea of, what's going on in their neighborhood. Here's another one. This is the recent sale prices. I think that this one's very important to show them. And the reason being is that you're going there to present to them and, you know, of course, to tell them like how you're going to support their sale and all the things that you know, want to do for them. But I think everybody is kind of walking away from it thinking like, what are we going to sell this for? What price? And that seems to be a lot of what they focus on. So I think that by giving them this information up front, and letting them absorb it and letting them see it before I come in is always really good, because everybody's very attached to their property and they think that their property is worth so much money, and, you know, rightfully so. But if the data says otherwise, then I always like to have this on hand so that we can use this as, you know, how we come to our sale price. It's not me, the realtor, who is making the market. This is what's actually going on in your area for your comps in real time. So they usually can't argue with that. And so I hyperlink these straight from InfoSparks, and it allows them to go back and check these links out at any time. So that's just something that I feel is helpful. And I also sometimes print these out and I'll bring them with me in a folder, but it's very rare that we pull it out and actually talk about it while we're there. Again, I just feel like the conversation is more organic in another way. And then this is the CMA, so the comparative market analysis, also called the comps. These are what's actually like the actual physical properties. And this I do through the cloud CMA. I also pull this through the MLS. So it does all of the work for me. Again, this is for their property, and this is a digital link, so it's always live, you know, so they won't ever lose this. And these are all of the comparable properties, so that they can look through here and they can see, you know, what has closed, what is still for sale, and what those prices look like. So again, this is helping me before I come into the listing presentation. And we go over this, but it's really good for them to see it ahead of time. Does anyone have any questions so far? No? Cool. All right, so this is how I prepare before my meetings. And like I said, once I get there, some of these things I have on hand, printed out, you know, as paper and a leave behind, but I try not to overwhelm them too much, because really, you know, I think the most important thing when you're going into a listing presentation is to, first of all, just remember, like, this is not an opportunity to talk about yourself. You might have been in the business for 10 years and you've got all this volume under your belt, and, you know, you've doubled and tripled your business every year, and you've won awards, and you're in the top, you know, 1% producers in Chicago, which is all great. But they don't want to hear about you. They want to talk about themselves. And so I would just always enter the meeting, you know, with the mindset of like, I want to learn about them. I want to learn about their home. And if they choose to ask me any questions about my experience, great. If you are a new agent, if you've only been doing this for a few weeks, for a few days, maybe even a few months, whatever, and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't have a lot of, you know, experience to talk to them about, and this is going to make me nervous because I want them to trust me that I can do a good job to sell their home, but I haven't actually done this before, or I've only done it a few times. If that ever, you know, comes up, or if that's how you're feeling, use the Market Center and everything that Keller Williams, all of our, you know, Market Center stats, use the Market Center to talk you up. You don't have to talk about yourself personally. Certainly don't get caught doing that or feel, you know, nervous about that. The Market Center has tons of great stats about, you know, how many agents we have in Chicago, our office is growing, our resources are growing, you know, the market share that we have. And, you know, there's a lot of things that you can talk about otherwise, but I would just leave the talking about you to a minimum. Again, that's not why you're there. You want them to feel like you're catering to them. And always enter the meetings with as much confidence as you can. I know that this is so much easier said than done, because myself, I started working with buyers, and I think that I'm still most comfortable working with buyers. Listings, I love listings. They're great. They can be, really fast sources of business if we do everything right and strategic. But going into a listing presentation is much more nerve-wracking for me than it is if I'm meeting with a brand new buyer. But just go in with confidence, and just make it about them and about their home and about how you are going to support them in their transaction. And you've come to talk to them about all the, different ways that we're going to do that based on the data, and, what the market is doing at the moment. And, that you are their educator. You will be communicative with them throughout and whatnot. Okay. I'm just looking at my notes here. Finding their motivation. So when you go in and you sit down with them, you've got your folder of things that you want to talk about, of course. But I think the number one thing is to, again, ask them about themselves, ask them why they're moving. What is important to them about moving? Are they in a lease that's up? Are they, moving out of state? Is it a job relocation? Do they just want to see if they can make a lot of money because they heard that the market is good right now? Are they sick of their home because of quarantining and COVID and need to change, whatever it is? Ask them that up front, remember that. And then at the end of the conversation, always try to bring it back to their motivation, as you're trying to, lock in that listing and, make sure that, you're the one that gets it. Because they might be interviewing other agents, and that's totally fine. And if they tell me that they're doing that, I always say, I validate that, and I say, that's great. I think that it's really important for you to be able to talk with as many agents as possible to make sure that you have someone that is the right fit for you. And I certainly hope that I can be that for you. But that's what's going to give us the most successful transaction, is if it's the right fit for you. So, I really appreciate the opportunity to help you, but it's great that you're doing that. Just one way around it. Okay, so I'm going to go through my listing presentation, if that's okay with you guys, just to kind of roll through. I've done this quite a few times now, so I can pretty much walk through this without even having to look at the paper. But I think it's important to send this to them either before you get there, or at least leave it with them if they haven't seen it yet. So I'm gonna open this up. And again, please ping me on the chat box if you cannot see any of this. So this is my presentation. This is the only thing that I have where I'm talking about myself, is just a little bit of a get to know you, especially if they don't know you or if you're a friend of a friend. Some personal stuff, a little bit about your transactions. I have to update that and whatnot. So just to give them a little idea of who you are. So here I like to include this. I got this from a lender that I work very closely with, and this is estimated, of course. So, a bunch of different people could print this out, and these fees could all look a little bit different. So these are averages and estimated costs, but I think that this is helpful because it kind of gives them an idea of, in this transaction, what the buyer is responsible for and what the seller is responsible for. And sometimes it's both. And of course, all of this depends on the purchase price, right? And then of course you're negotiating your commission in there as well. So that's why there's just a bunch of variables for this chart. All right, so this is my listing roadmap. This just kind of shows them how things go. First, you're meeting with me, we strategize. Secondly, we talk about decluttering your home and getting it staging ready or showing ready. Decluttering is the biggest thing. I obviously, less is more, less is more, less is more all the time when it comes to closets, especially drawers and things. Doesn't matter because people aren't going through those and those aren't being photographed. But personal items off the wall, as many pictures as you can take them down, as much as it might give your wall a really nice little decor. You don't want people stopping and wondering who it is that lives there and looking at your wedding photos or photos of, kids or anything like We talk about marketing their home as a pocket listing if they would like to do that ahead of time. That isn't always the case. And sometimes I have people that say like, no way, I just want to go straight to the market. But we discuss putting it on the private listing network, the PLN, or, using the top agent network to pre-market their listing. Number 4, we, after we get their photos taken and draft up the MLS sheet, we discuss when we're going to list and go live. What I typically always do is I recommend going live on the market on a Wednesday or a Thursday of the week, and then holding showings sometimes until the weekend when you hold an open house. So I think a lot of other agents share the same practice there, because it just builds interest, and it shows that you can kind of get as many people as possible to the open house, which creates competition. So sometimes if you have people banging down your door the day you go live or the day after you go live, like, go ahead and take the private showing if the seller wants to. But I always recommend going live on a Wednesday or a Thursday. That way the listing syndicates out to Redfin, Trulia, Zillow. It hits their inbox. And if they have a real estate agent, their agent will also see that it's a good match for their clients. So it just gives everybody a little bit of time to see your home and consider it. And then you go to the open house that weekend. And then, the next step is hopefully we get an offer, we negotiate it, we come to terms, we immediately then open up the attorney review process, where we have the inspection right away. Your loan officer for the buyer then goes to work on, starting to underwrite their loan, et cetera. And then we close. So this is just, sometimes if you're going there to sell someone's house, chances are they were one of 2 people that bought it, so they understand the process, but this is just to show them. Again, a little bit more information on the decluttering, all the things that you could do to get your home ready. If there's any handyman fixes that need to be done, any painting that needs to be done. Paint is a huge way to prep a home and put it in really great condition. So I always recommend doing that. And then this is a little bit about how I'm going to market their home to an extent, the exposure that their home is going to get. So here is if we are on the private market, kind of what the MLS looks like, but also, I do a lot of reverse prospecting for my clients. If you guys don't know what reverse prospecting is, let me know, but that's essentially when you set a listing live, you can select it, and then you hit the button that says reverse prospect, and it shows you any buyer that has an agent with a search set up for that buyer. If it's a match and it falls within their criteria, and if they mark it as interested or maybe interested, that's a really great way to reach out to that buyer's agent and say, hey, I saw that you have this client who is interested in my listing. Please send them to my open house. Like, we'd love to have them come through, or set up a private showing. And so I tell my sellers, this is what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to reverse prospect for you. These are just some examples of social media, images that I've created that I use, for Instagram stories, my, Facebook posts, my business page post. I tell my sellers that I, put this out there to my market center, and then I'm putting it in the eyes of, 400 agents, like ASAP, so that they see the home. And then of course, if you have any email marketing set up through Command, you can market the home that way. So I don't spend a lot of time talking about the exposure, because what I have found to be true is that the main things that are going to sell somebody's home, and I tell them this too, the 3 most important things, number 1 is the price. If you're overpriced, you're going to get eyeballs, but you're not going to get any traffic. Okay. Like, price is the number 1 thing where if people don't see value, they're not even going to request a showing or come through. So we have to price the home correctly. Number 2, the second most important thing is condition of the home. So that is like, is there peeling paint? How are the, what's the carpet look like, or the hardwood floors look like? Are there little things that need to be fixed all around? Just anything. The condition of the home is the second most important thing that will sell it, because that's the wow factor or the factor when somebody walks through. And then the third most important thing when selling a home, that's what I say is marketing. I think a lot of sellers tend to get hung up on what are you going to do to market my home? And there are a lot of differentiating factors that we can, that each brokerage offers. Some brokerages are, all they do is they, spend so much of their money on their technology for advertising homes. And that's a great way to go about it. But at the end of the day, again, I bring it back to the three most important things. If it's not priced correctly and if it's not in the best condition, then it doesn't matter how much you market a home, people aren't going to be interested. So I always just tell my sellers that I am, doing everything I can to promote this among my agent network, my office network, and my personal database. And, go through all the social media efforts that I can, especially when I'm there for showings or an open house. I'll try to, do a little story or a live feed, whatnot. But that is not something that is going to sell their home. It's really more for you and to possibly pick up new business and to show other people and other agents that you're out there hustling. So I would not get hung up on your sellers talking to you about what are you going to do to market your home, because essentially every agent is doing the same thing by pricing it correctly. All right. I talked to them a little bit about the open house strategy. And again, this is what I was saying before, listing on a Wednesday or a Thursday, building up as much, anticipation for the unit as possible. And then we hold an open house 1 or 2 that weekend. And do you have any questions for me? So that's for the seller. So I go through that report pretty quickly. I don't spend too much time doing that with them, because again, I think it all kind of comes back to getting the listing and showing them that you are the right agent for the job. And then B, if I do get this listing for you, how are we going to price it? And after that, everything is kind of, it all falls into place after that. But those are the 2 most important things for me when I'm going into a listing presentation. So I'm just looking at the rest of my notes. I'm pretty sure, again, that is all I have. I would be happy to kind of open up the questions to you guys. If there's anything specific about what to do before the listing presentation, or any questions during the listing presentation. You guys have any? No? Cool. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and just go back to normal. All right. Well, I hope that this was helpful. Again, just come into, oh, sorry, I'm looking here. What percentage fill out the seller survey? I would say about 90% fill out the seller survey. If they don't, just because, they can't figure out how to do it electronically, or they don't have a printer at home, I'll just say to them, like, no worries, we'll discuss this when I talk to you in person or over Zoom. I just think that kind of showing them that up front, you are prepared and that you've got this information that you want to, educate them about what's going on in the market, and sending that to them up front. And also the seller survey is it's kind of like your, pledge to get to know them better. And I think that a lot of people appreciate that, because it's not just, this agent wants to sell my home. It's a little bit more like this agent wants to get to know us and what's important to us. And I think that goes a long way. So that's why I like to send that survey out. And an example of the survey, yes, I will send this to you guys. I thought I had it up earlier. Let me see. And I'll send this out. So No worries. I'll send this to you guys. Just drop your email for me. So if that is, if there's no other questions, please, let me know. You can email me. I'll put my email up here for you. Email me personally if you'd like, and I will do my best to send out copies and a little bit more instructions on how I prep for the listing presentation. So if there's anything else, just let me know. And if not, good luck and happy Friday, everyone. Okay,
Thank you.
All righty, have a good one.
What's up, everybody? How's everyone doing? Just so if you guys can hear me, we'll get started. We'll get started right at 12:30, okay? If you guys wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, this is going to be conversational. Unmuting yourself, and if you can, putting your camera on. It's a lot easier having a conversation with the screen with a person on the other side of it. So, but I'll say that again at 12:30. All right, guys, I like to start on time. It's 12:30. So we're gonna get started. And again, I want this to be a conversation but this is what these sessions are made for, is conversation to ask your questions and answer your questions and have a conversation around it. So thanks for putting on your screen. Appreciate it. How do I pronounce your name so I don't ruin it?
Solus.
Solus. All right, cool. So it's almost with an N.
Solus.
Solus. So awesome. Cool. So thanks for being here, Solus. I appreciate it. Anthony, thanks for being here. Obviously, the conversation around this HIIT session is going to be around commissions, right? So let me get a little information on you. So Solus, how long have you been in the business?
I started in August 1st, something like that.
Okay, cool.
But
Awesome.
still new, considering many things to learn.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. And Anthony, I see that your video is not working. How long have you been in the business?
1 month now.
1 month.
So yeah, I would meant to be on here for the last one, the listing presentation. So I just kind of landed here. So I guess I'll just listen in.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is the listing presentation as well, right? So I'm going to give you guys a little background on myself, right? And then we'll dive into kind of the questions that you have, and we'll talk about the commissions. So I've been selling real estate since 2001. All right, so I've been doing this for a long time. You know, I have a team now that's called the Zimmerman Property Group, or Zimmerman Group, actually, with the new ethics that we can't say property. So the new licensing law that we can't say property. So Zimmerman Group. We sell, you know, depending on the year, I've sold up to, you know, I've done this myself, right? Where I've done, you know, somewhere between 10 and 15 million by myself. And then early on in my career, I decided that teams was the way to go. I was not always with Keller Williams. Keller Williams wasn't here when I started in real estate, right? So I started with a dependent company, which is App Properties. They're out there now, and you know, and have a lot of market share. So when I started with them, you know, we were taught that, you know, we got to hustle as much as that we can, and get out there and work as much as we can, and you know, not have that, you know, the way that I perceive that, not having that life worth living, right? You know, just work as much as you can and take on as much as you can. So so I'll just kind of give you my background really quickly. I worked really hard, and I worked 7 days a week, and I was falling asleep at birthday parties and stuff like that because I was always working, right? I did build up a pretty good business with that strategy. And, you know, over the years though, I got burnt out. So oh, thanks, Anthony. Appreciate that. It works now.
I had another meeting in, so sorry.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks. So, hey, Mike, Dave, if you guys wouldn't mind, if you can put on your camera, it's a lot easier talking to you guys like that. If you can't, I understand, but just if you can. So I'm just kind of giving Anthony and Salus, right? Kind of the background. So anyways, so I did this by myself, and then I went to, thanks, Dave. Then I went to starting to build a team. But again, I had no structure around it, okay? I just went and worked as much as I can and try to bring in as much business as I can, all right? I don't recommend doing that, all right? That's typically how people do it, and that's why there's burnout. There is a model, there is a system to this, okay? So dive into these models and systems the best that you can. We're here to help you and support you. So I had probably one of my biggest years in 2015. The volume that I was doing was in excess of 90 million. It was just under $93 million. So, you know, that's a massive business, right? And at the end of the day, I still was not with Keller Williams. At the end of the day, that didn't make me proud, right? You know, because I wasn't spending time with my family. You know, my P&L was non-existent. And when you say $90 million, you think that you're rolling around in all this money. I wasn't that profitable, right? I honestly was just going at it to try to get the awards, right? Of just like, hey, I got to do this. So I had a lot of people, it was just chaos, right? So at the end of the day, I was going to get out of the business, to be honest with you. I was done with it. I was just kind of like, you know what? I went into my wife. It was right before Thanksgiving, actually. I went into my wife and I said, you know what? I think I've run my career here. You know, I think I'm done with real estate. And she was like, what? You're so good at it and you've done it so long, and you know, you seem like you like it for so long. And I'm like, I don't, like, you know, I'm like, at the end of the day, like, I'm just not happy because I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to run this business other than working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and not seeing you and not seeing the kids. And when I am around, I'm falling asleep or I have my phone in my face. So she was like, well, you know, whatever you want to do, right? So ironically, the day after, I was playing catch with my son because it was right before Thanksgiving in my backyard, and my phone rang. And I looked at my phone, and remember, I'm burnt out, okay? And I looked at my phone and I said, man, there's probably one person's, you know, name right now that I will answer because he's such a good guy, you know, but anyone else, I probably wasn't going to answer the phone call. And ironically, that phone call was coming in from a guy by the name of Ashley Carter, who's one of our peers here, right? And I picked up the phone and I thought Ashley was going to say, hey, somebody's late for a showing, right? Or, hey, we haven't gotten this earnest money yet or something like that. But he was always cool. So I was kind of like, I'm ready for what Ashley has to say. So I picked up the phone. I'm like, Ashley, what's happening? He goes, hey, Joe, I know that you're really successful and probably really happy with where you're at that properties, which wasn't true, but that was a perception. And he thought that. He said, but there's this opportunity that's coming to Chicago, and I think you would be perfect for it. And I heard one word, and what word do you guys think that was? What was the word in that sentence do you think that was? Opportunity was the word, right? He said opportunity. And I said, you know, I wasn't going to tell Ashley that I just told my wife 24 hours before that I was going to get out of the business, but I heard the word opportunity. So anyways, he said, you know, listen, Keller Williams is coming to Chicago. They're looking for some leaders. They're looking for some people who you know, are influencers, and I've always respected you, and I think that you should learn about this. And I said, Keller Williams, I'm like, isn't that guy with the mustache that, you know, that wrote that book, right? You know, like I didn't know anything other than that, you know, Gary Keller had a mustache and wrote a book, you know? And he was kind of like, yeah, I kind of laughed and stuff. He said, hey, well, listen, just come to this event for us, right? So I went to the event, the national event called Family Reunion. And when I walked into Family Reunion, right, I was amazed. The energy in the room and the people sharing and the collaboration and things like that was something I never saw before. And I was like, wow. And Gary Keller walked out on stage, and I just knew right away when he talked, how he talked, that he was there for us, right? He was there because he believes in the industry. The industry is impacting in his lifetime, and all of his experience and stuff like that, that these people were all living and giving. So I was sold, right? And I'm like, let's do this. So we're in. So fast forward to today, right? I now have a, and I'm only telling you this to give you guys a little clout on who I am. I now have a business, right? A real estate team business that runs itself pretty much. I do lead it with my other leaders, you know, my other partners on the team, but we'll do anywhere from 45 to 50 million, right? And remember, I said that I was doing 90 million, but I'm just as profitable or more profitable with more time doing 45 million than I was doing 90, right? And not only that, now I have a team that services that side of the business. And then I am the chief growth officer here at Keller Williams, One Chicago. So I get the opportunity to talk with you guys, coach with you guys, and then go out there and talk about how these models and systems have impacted my life. All right. So that's who I am. All right. I just wanted to give you guys that if you don't know who I am. So I have three things. My role is the three things here is run the ALC, coach the top 20% in their business, and go out there and talk about this opportunity to the top 20% out there in the marketplace. All right. So I have probably sold over 2,500 homes personally in my career. I did a lot of development work. I've done a lot of listing presentations. So Anthony, I know you were going to jump on with Liz, but we also could talk a little bit about listing presentations. But what I will tell you guys here, you know, to go into the conversation of, before we go into the conversation of commissions, is this: there is a system to this, okay? There is a model to this. So you're going to need 5 systems in your business, all right? And if you guys are taking notes, write this down. You're going to need a listing system. You're going to need a buyer system. You're going to need a lead generation system, okay? You're going to need a financial system, and you're going to need an organizational chart or system. So you guys all got into real estate for different reasons. Now, at the end of the day, you know, whatever your reason is great, but do not do what I did, right? Do not go and just say, I'm going to go at this as hard as I can and see what happens, because that's why the burnout is so high in real estate. What you guys want to do is start building the system. And obviously the most important system is you are newer, right? And then some of the veterans on here are in a different system. But as you are newer, is what's my lead generation system? So what are my activities am I doing every day to set an appointment? This is time on task over time. So at the end of the day, you have 2 businesses, no matter where you're at in your career. You have your lead generation business, and then you have your service my real estate business, right? This business here, this lead generation business, is super important. You cannot let those doors ever close. Those doors, you know, those hours are the most important thing in the business, right? So whether it's 9 to 11, which is what we're taught, or it's 12 to 2, or it's 1 to 3, or it's 7 to 9 at night, whatever it is, you need to make sure that you are staying true to that business of generating leads, because then you will always have enough leads to run a business, right? I commend all of you guys on this call because you guys are business owners, right? You are business owners, and we truly believe that. You are not independent contractors. You are a business owner, all right? So you guys are no different than running a Starbucks right now. No different, right? The only thing about what Starbucks has that you don't have yet, with, you know, or are working towards, is systems, right? They just have systems. They're giving that same experience every day, right? So the reality of what's going on in the market, does anyone have any questions on that? That's who I am, and that's kind of where I came from. Any questions? Cool. Okay, awesome. So here's the reality of what's going on in the market. And this is my perspective, all right? But my perspective is there's never been a more chaotic time in our industry than is happening right now, all right? There is always a business cycle, right? Let's take for example, the travel industry, okay? The travel industry, how did, you know, when I was growing up, right? and we wanted to go on a trip or something like that, who did my parents call? Dave, you're muted, but you said travel agent, right? Okay, so you called travel agent, right? Well, then what happened? Some money came into, right? Here's the cycle of this. So some money came into that industry. Some innovation came first, then some money came into the industry, right? Then some disruption came into the industry. And by disruption, I mean like the innovation was websites, right? Then all of a sudden you were using Kayak, you were using a website to go and find another deal for another website, right? So, there was just total chaos on like, what were you supposed to be doing? And then all of a sudden what happened? Now all of a sudden there's a calmness. And guess who people are using once again, for booking their travel? Travel agents. They're just using those tools, right? But so that industry has gone through, that's a cycle of a business, that's a cycle of an industry. And what we are going through right now with real estate is exactly that. And the reason I'm telling you guys this is there's been, because of the subject of this HIIT session, is there's never been a harder time to really get your commission. There's pressures on our commission, right? We have Redfin out there, right? Who is doing it for 1%, right? We have Zillow out there who are selling leads and now are becoming real estate agents. So they're doing it. We have these large teams who are, we know Dave and I and Mike know teams that are selling in the excess of 2,000 homes a year. Teams, real estate teams selling 2,000 homes a year. So do you think that they're going to, if somebody says, hey, I don't want to pay 6% or 5%, I want you to do it for 4.5 or 4.75. When they're selling 2,000 homes a year, what do you think they're doing? They'll do it for 4.75, right? They'll do it for 4.5. So really the conversation around commissions here that's what's going on in the industry. That's where you're at right now. And at the end of the day, there will become a calmness to this again. So don't get discouraged on that. Just know your value, know who you are, right? Know what you will do for this person. All right. So Dave and Mike have probably heard this a lot of times. So let's walk into kind of the presentation. Anthony, I know you said that, with Liz's. So there's a system, right, to the presentation. But let's go to the actual presentation. And when you go to the actual presentation, what's going to come up? Price. What am I going to sell the home for? Marketing. How are you going to market the home? And then what are you going to charge me to do this? Right? So that's the conversation. So my presentation, Anthony, is very simple, and I've been using it for about 10 years. When I walk in, I do have a folder, I do have stuff, and I do have the marketing all there. But I walk into every listing presentation and I lead with one question. And I'm going to script and role play with you right now, Anthony. I'm going to say, hey, Anthony, I really appreciate you inviting me to your home. It's really beautiful. I am honored at the opportunity to interview for this job. And Anthony, before we get started, I got to ask you one question. My job is to make sure you have a perfect real estate experience. With that being said, what does a perfect real estate experience look like to you? And when I ask that question, what happens is I give them permission to tell me what they want. And over my 20-year career, sometimes what they want is not in this marketing or not into, right? It's not into the material that I brought in there. The first time I asked that question, this woman in her late 50s said to me, she said, oh my God, thank you so much for asking that question. Because really what I want to know is I have my dog Snickers and she's a little older, right? So how much time do I have before showings to get Snickers out of the house? Because she doesn't really like that. She doesn't really like being around other people. So I want to ask you guys a question. Do you think in my marketing material that there was anything in there about when we were going to get Snickers out of the house? There wasn't, right? There wasn't. So the importance of that question was I gave her permission, or I gave Anthony permission to tell me what's important to him. Tell me what they want, right? So to our topic, they might say, hey, I want to know how much this is going to cost me to sell my house, right? What's your commission? Their perfect real estate transaction might be paying a commission of 4.5% or 5% or 6%. I don't know that, right? But when you ask that question in that presentation, you will get what they want. Now, typically, it's all about time and money. People will ask how much and how long, right? Typically, their perfect real estate transaction is the most amount of money in the least amount of time, because I don't want to be bothered, you know? And I don't mean to be stereotyping here, and forgive me for stereotyping, but typically if you walk in and there's a couple there, a man and a woman, typically the man is the money and the woman is the time, right? Typically, I've just experienced that over the years, not always the case, but like, you know, because she's thinking to me saying, oh man, you know, how long am I going to have to keep this house prepped up? Right? You know, typically. And then at the end of the day, he is saying, well, how much money are we going to make in this? Right? So when you have that conversation, the commission is going to come into it. So I'm going to ask this question. If one of you guys can unmute yourself, what do you think is the standard commission in the city of Chicago?
6%.
So Christina said 6. That's good.
I would say 5.
Dave said 5. Anthony?
I don't think there is a standard commission,
Well, you're right. I mean, that's a great answer, right?
but otherwise I would say 6.
Okay. Cool. Salas?
It depends what you agree on. But it's if it's for buy 2.5, so another 2.5, 5, above 5.
Cool. Yeah. So Dave, if you were to bet on it, right? Who is, you know, I see the listing agreements come in here, right? So if you were to say, hey, what is the number you see the most? It's 5%, right? It's 2.5 to the buy side, 2.5 to the sell side. Now that's in a very competitive environment in Chicago. You know, in a lot of the suburban areas and different areas around the country, it's 6, right? On top of that, and this is for the newer agents here, on top of that, what do you think that they can expect for closing costs on top of the commission? So let's just say it's 5%. What are you going to tell somebody that they're going to walk away with?
I tell them that they can expect about another 2% in closing costs.
2%, right?
Approximately.
Approximately, right? Salas, what were you going to say?
Up to 3, I think.
Yeah, I mean, so my strategy has always been like, hey, typically the rule of thumb is around 2%, but you know, you might want to give yourself a little buffer and say 2.5, right? You know, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a little bit closer to 2, right? So do you guys know what is included in those costs?
Yeah, would be nice to know.
What's that?
Would be nice to know. When we bought the house, I was examining my statements. So.
In your listing system, you're going to want to break down on what that is. There's county fees, there's tax fees, right? There's stuff. And if you guys need this stuff, you just let us know, right? Like, hey, I need a breakdown. We're getting listing presentations just now that we're in Chicago, we have boilerplate listing presentation, right? And that's including in that who pays for what, right? And it's roughly what Dave said is right around 2%.
So you can provide all this
Yeah.
sample sheets, right?
Yeah, you're going to want to provide that, right? Of like, hey, here's what. Now you're never going to want to say it's 2%, right? And then, you know, what Dave said is like, hey, it's around 2%, because then they hear 2%. And if it's 2.2, right, or even 2.001, they're going to say, hey, I want you to cover that, you know, $60, right? You know, so be careful when you say that, right? So let's do some talking around this. All right. So let's just assume moving forward that we have 5% commission. Okay. What's your scripting around that? When somebody says to you, hey, what's your commission? And your commission's 5%. What are you guys prepared to say?
As least amount as possible.
Right. Great strategy. Why do you guys think Dave said that? Anyone? Anthony, you want to talk?
I didn't hear. What did he say?
He said what Dave said was as least amount as possible. When I asked him, what were you going to say? And why do you think he said that?
I mean, it's common sense, right?
For some people. So why do you think?
I don't know how to give an answer to that.
Yeah. Well, the reason is guys, here's the best advice that I can give you. Is say it with conviction and just be done. Okay? They are reading your body language. I promise you that. Okay? They are listening to the way that you're going to say this. All right? So Dave's been in the business for a good amount of time as well. So, you know, the only difference, guys, between the people, guys and gals, between the people here between newer agents and veteran agents is reps and systems. The only difference of me selling, you know, anywhere from 50 to 90 million dollars and you guys not is one, I have more people, but two, I've had more reps, right? I've gone into people's houses way more than you guys have. So I go in with complete confidence, right? And they say to me, what's your commission? And I say 5%. So let's talk about your perfect real estate, you know, let's talk about your perfect real estate experience again. You want this, 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 and this, and this, whatever. Now, in the event that somebody comes back and says, well, wait, is the 5% negotiable? Dave, I know I'm going to ask you not to talk here. So when somebody says to me, hey, I'm going to give you the script right here. If somebody says to me, but I want you guys to guess, is the 5% negotiable? What do I say?
Not.
So remember what I just said, conviction, confidence, right? Reps.
To be confident.
Christina, what do you think I say when somebody says, hey, is your 5% commission negotiable?
I'd say no. I have to give myself my worth.
Okay. Thank you for saying that, Christina. Anthony, what do you think you said?
I would say yes. Everything's negotiable.
Okay. Hey, Meg, if you're there, can you unmute yourself? What do you think is said when somebody says, is your 5% negotiable?
I would have to agree. Sorry, I don't have a voice. I'd have to agree. I mean, I think everything's negotiable, but I also agree with Christina that you get what you pay for. Yeah. So if you're going to pay for the higher commission, you're probably going to get more.
Okay. Solace?
Probably would say that it's not negotiable. And I don't know what I would say, but I would put the arguments about that. Why is that? What I gonna give for that? What they can expect for this amount of commissions.
Okay, cool. Dave, do me a favor and unmute yourself and ask me, script and role play with me here for a second, and ask me if my commission is negotiable.
Hey, Joe, is that 5% negotiable?
No. Next question.
Cool.
Okay, remember what I said, guys, with conviction and things like that. Now, this is being recorded, right? Are you going to lose the deal? If they say, well, I really want to work with you, but somebody else told me 4.75. That's up to you guys. Okay.
What do you say if they say like, well, why is it not negotiable? Like, what is your answer to that question if they say why, or why won't you negotiate that with me?
So so what Anthony was talking about, right? Meg, that's a great question. If they say, well, then that means that they're questioning your value, correct? So here's some of the scripts, and here's some of them that I use, right? I'll say, well, Meg, because I'm a professional, can you respect that?
Yes.
And Meg, pretend you're a doctor, okay? All right, just that's your profession. So I'm gonna script and role play with you right here. And Meg, I looked you up before you came here, and your profession is a doctor, correct?
Correct.
So Meg, if I came to your doctor's office and asked you to negotiate on the surgery that I was the heart surgery that I was going to have, how would that make you feel?
Probably wouldn't negotiate my price with you.
Well, Meg, there's nothing different here, right? I know my value. I know what I'm going to do for you. And at the end of the day, there's no negotiation on the money that I'm worth.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
So here's a couple of things. Relate to them, right? It's kind of like, you know, one of the greatest scripts that I've used for a very long time is within price reductions. And this is off topic of the commission, but within price reductions. When somebody says, hey, you know, and remember, during the listing process, we're keeping these people updated. It's not like they don't know what we're doing. Hey, we're doing this, we're making X amount of calls. We sent this many Facebook posts. We've had this many leads on your place. We're constantly doing it. And guess what? And then Solace, they'll say to us, and I'll say, hey, Solace, you know, at the end of the day, it's time to reduce your price, right? We don't have any offers, right? We've been on the market for 30 days. We've only had 3 showings. The market's speaking to us. It's time to reduce your price. And typically, a lot of times people will say to me, they'll say, well, why don't you just do some more marketing? And my response to that is I would say, Solace, if I was talking to you, Solace, with all due respect, are you telling me that you want me to tell more people that we're overpriced? Okay. And again, that might be blunt and people might feel like, but I'm saying that with conviction. So the biggest advice that I can give you guys, whether you're new or you've sold 2,500 homes in your career, they're watching you. They're watching your body language. They're listening to what you are saying. And if Solace asks me, hey, is my commission negotiable? Or no, if Solace, I'm sorry, asked me, hey, what's your commission? And I say, well, you know, I typically charge 5%, but you know, what do you think happens?
They're asking for less then.
Right? You know, all of a sudden, like my body language changes a little bit, right? And I'm kind of like, well, you know, I use the word typically, what happens? They're like, oh, that's negotiable. That means he's done it before, right? So at the end of the day, when I say, what's your commission? 5%. Is that negotiable? No. Next question.
Yeah, sometimes people, they shoot, it doesn't cost to ask for less, you know, right. And they take that advantage, and maybe you didn't need to give it and you gave it.
Exactly. If you know, exactly. Some people might be expecting 6.
Yeah. And you just give
right?
it.
Outside of Chicago, on a different topic here, like in Chicago, for some reason, there's this limited belief that buyers don't need to sign agreements when they work with you. They absolutely do, right? It's just the same as a listing. Instead of listing a home, you're listing a client, you're listing a buyer, right? And across the country, buyer agreements are norm. So it's like when somebody comes in here in Chicago and they're like, hey, do I need to sign an agreement? And you're like, no. They were ready to sign the agreement, you know, like you got to get that agreement signed, right? You know, again, that's another topic, but that's what you need to do. Are you guys getting value from this so far?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so the one that you guys are going to hear the most probably right now. So what's your commission? 5%. Is it negotiable? No. Well, Redfin will do it for 1. So again, please unmute yourself. Let's talk about what are some ideas here that you would say to that? Well, Redfin would do it to 1. Well, Redfin will do it for 1%.
The question is how they do it for 1. I just don't get it.
Sure.
How do you think they do it?
I don't know. Just
Nothing's in person, right? Everything's like they don't host an open house because they're not really in person. But I don't know that much about Redfin, so
that's a great. I appreciate that comment, Meg, right? So they'll do it in person, but you're never gonna get the person that you're meeting with, right? It's like whoever's on call is gonna show up and open the door, right? Now there's an argument around there, right? How many homes a year are sold on lock boxes outside the city of Chicago? The answer is the majority.
Yeah, probably 85%.
Yeah, right. So at the end of the day, when somebody says, you know, let's start here first, Meg, to give you a little clarity on this is, yeah, they do show up in the city of Chicago, and yes, they are there, but it's not the person that signed the listing agreement, and it's not the same person all the time, right? So again, Redfin. Well, Redfin will do it for 1%. Now knowing what you guys know, what do you say to that? Christina, can I ask you?
Sure, I would probably express some type of concern and then ask them what are they getting with that 1%, because that's pretty low and it just worries me. You know, if it's just some type of way of just luring other buyers, you know, just getting your sign out there is just a big, you know, pull for buyers and stuff. So I don't know, even if they don't sell their listing,
Yep.
I don't know, that's my thoughts.
I also would think that, you know, that agent doesn't have the seller's best interest in mind. Like, they're not out there to get the best deal. They'll probably just do it for the fastest deal. It's not really about the seller at that point.
Christina, Meg, A pluses. Those are great.
Thank you.
They are A pluses, right? So remember, it's all about time and money, right? So at the end of the day, you know, like, hey, what kind of service are you looking for? And Christina, what I loved what you said and you led with is you said, I'm going to ask the question. I promise you guys, your career is going to be a ton easier and a lot more successful if you master asking the question. And what I mean by that is, you know, at the end of the day, Christina, you said, hey, I would ask the question. Well, what are you getting for that? Right? That's exactly what you asked them. Hey, you know, so again, let's script here. Well, Christina, I appreciate that Redfin's going to do it for 1%. So let me ask you a question. How did they break that down? What are they going to do for 1%? And really, what are your total costs? Right? And they might say, well, you know, they got to pay the buyer's agent 2.5. And so then I will always say to them, so just to be clear, it's not really 1%. It's really 3.5%. Is that correct?
Right.
Right?
Yes.
And then the next question, so Christina, role play here with me for a second. So Christina, so it's not really 1%, it's really 3.5%. And what exactly are you getting for that 3.5%?
Well, they're putting my property out on the MLS and different websites. They're marketing on their social media. That's it. Open house.
I can appreciate that, Christina. So let me just ask you a question. Is your end result, the goal is, are you looking to make more money or save more money?
Where I'd like to get the most out of my buck. So yeah, more money.
So what I'm hearing from you, Christina, is you want to make more money, right?
Yes.
Because really there's a fundamental different mindset here. Making more money and saving more money is a lot different. So because I've heard you say that you want to make more money, here's what I want to tell you. My average sale price to list price is 98.5%. Okay. I actually pulled up the data of the Redfin sales here that have been in your area over the past 12 months. And their average is actually 95.5%. So if you're really interested in making more money, Christina, by paying 5% and getting 98.5%, I just netted you 3% on a $500,000 place. That's $15,000. So
well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so Christina,
makes a lot of sense.
Are you comfortable signing the paperwork at 5%?
Absolutely.
And guys, here's what I would tell you is a lot of times I've had these conversations and people have said like, oh yeah, well you can say that because you've been in the business, you know, or yeah, you can say that because you have these, right? If you're a newer agent and you don't have like, you know, like, hey, here are the sales that we did, just use our market center sales, right? Just use now we have 3 different locations covering all neighborhoods. So just pull what has Keller Williams sold, right? At the end of the day, because that is your team, right? And all you do have to do is, and you're still being integrous, you're just saying, hey, here's what my team has sold in the past 12 months and at that list price to sale price. And then when I've pulled my competitions, right? When I pulled my data's competition, we actually outpaced them by 3 to 4%. So you're actually going to be losing more money by working with them. Because again, remember, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, my goal here is what you told me is you want to have the most amount of money in the quickest amount of time. So as you can see here, our market time is X and our sale price to list price is X. So really there's no dispute when you look at the data that we're going to make you more money in less amount of time. So let me ask you, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, are you ready to sign the paperwork? What questions do you guys have?
You know, the other thing that I've pulled up in that same data is how many, especially when I'm in a particular building, I will pull up how many listings they've taken in that building, but not have sold. And
Really?
I bring that up to them as well, because they don't always sell all the listings they take.
Brilliant. Thank you, Dave.
That percentage helps sometimes too.
Brilliant. So for
What was that percentage again, Dave? Sorry.
So I just look up at, so when I, because obviously I'm going to a building, right? Or, whatever neighborhood, I pull up the percentage of homes that Redfin has listed in that neighborhood and then not sold.
Yeah.
I share that with them as well.
Great, thank you.
And then I do the pleasure versus pain. That
Yeah.
working with me is going to get the job done. Working with them, you're just going to be sitting on the market and maybe not get sold.
Right. No, absolutely. And it's all about relating, right? It's all about relating it to the client there, right? So what Dave was saying there is a great way of saying it. When you pull that stuff and you say, hey, what happens if the house doesn't sell? How would you feel? Right? Remember, Christina, to your point, I'm leading with questions all the time, right? What happens if the house doesn't sell? Well, I would expect it sells. The market's pretty hot, right? Well, remember, and what Dave said, have the data. You pull the data up and say, well, actually right here, when I have the data, actually of the 60 listings that were listed this month, you actually only have a 33% chance, if that, on selling. And right now in the condo market, it's lower than that. So you ask the question like, hey, if this house doesn't sell, how would that make you feel? Because here are the houses that didn't sell, right? And here are the brokers that did it for a discounted price. That will get you the deal, for sure. What other questions do we have around the Redfin model? Do you guys understand the Redfin model?
Yeah, a lot better now. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. So why do you think Redfin does this for 1%? What do you think they're after?
They're just after market share. I don't
What
really
else?
care about the commission, obviously.
Or Christina or Anthony, what else do you think they're after?
Probably want a net on the volume. So the more they sell, the more they get.
And if the more they sell, the more they get of what?
Of these 1%.
Well, they get more data.
Yeah, data maybe. So they waiting to increase the price in the future?
Yeah, guys, we're in a data war right now, right? And what is going on is people want the data, because we all know now that you can put algorithms into the data, right? And you're gonna be able to know that there's a 98% chance of this person moving, and this isn't far away, right? I mean, this is what's going on, right? So the reason that they'll take a hit and that they're not profitable, Redfin, is because they're just after the data, right? And what's beautiful about the company that we have decided to represent in Keller Williams is we have the data, and the data has been, and the reason we have the data is it's been by default, to be honest with you. So when Gary Keller started his company and he went to the 5 to 10 people and said, what kind of company do I need to build for you to never want to leave? And when they said, you need to train and educate us, right? You need to let us run it, the ALC. You also need to cap us so we can put more money into our business. And here's the thing by default. And you also need to, as we help grow the company, you need to profit share with us. With those 4 things, you build a really nice culture, but the profit share, the number 4 piece is huge here. By default, Gary said in 1983, all right, I'm going to profit share with you guys. Well, that means he needed to collect the data and he needed to keep the data. The reason the dependent models, the Berkshire Hathaways and Coldwell Bankers and App Properties don't have the data is because they've been in a file somewhere that they tossed after 5 years. Well, Gary had to keep the data. So now all of a sudden, the reason Google and Facebook are partnered with us, not only because we're the largest organization in the world that sells more units, right, has more agents and sells more volume, but what they do is we have the data, right? So that's kind of the data war that's going on right here, and that's why he can build this platform and come up with an algorithm over time on, all right, hey, when's Dave Arfoth going to be moving? That will be here soon. It will be here in the next year or two. What is the percentage of that person moving? So the reality of it, guys, going back to our conversation is there is a lot of pressure on our commissions because there's a lot of disruption and there's a lot of chaos. So you really need to know your value, right? At the end of the day. So not only, as we talked about, going in with conviction and having the data, right, to help support it, but also what is your value, right? So really kind of what the system or the formula to your value, right, is first and foremost, why are you doing it? And the why can't be around money for you, right? Or, oh, I'm going to give a great customer experience for you. That should be a standard, right? My value, my why to my people, my business why is my job is to make sure you have a perfect real estate experience. That's my why. I get up every morning in my business to make sure that my clients have a perfect real estate experience. So everyone's going to want a different experience. So with that being said, what does this perfect experience look like to you? So my value is I'm going to customize the experience to what you're telling me. And again, I don't want you guys to have a limited belief that, oh, because some of these other teams have all this, experience and things like that and all these sales under their belt. We all started somewhere. We all started in the beginning, right? So at the end of the day, you need to master the fundamentals of, hey, I need to lead generate every day to set appointments. And once I set an appointment, right, I need to go on the appointment and I need to give them what my wall of value is. And then guess what? To be honest with you, when you say it with conviction and you're prepared and you have data, the commissions really, it really doesn't come up a lot. So the intention of this is not to scare around the commission. It's just for you guys to be prepared, right? At the end of the day. So remember that don't be scared of it. If somebody asks you what your commission is, you look them straight in the eye and you say 5%. Or 6%, right? Whatever you guys are charging. And again, it's your business. In our world, we believe that your business, right? You're the brand, it's your business. As long as it's ethical and compliant and integrous, you can do what you want, right? But we also have a fiduciary responsibility to the industry to keep our commissions where it needs to be, what our value is, right? So again, you're going to be going up against some people that will cut the commission. Absolutely, they will do it. So you need to have your script ready around that, right? So and again, there's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of bold scripts out there that you guys should absolutely educate yourself on. The beautiful thing about the internet right now is you could just say, commission. You can Google commission objection handlers, and there's videos out there galore, right? And find the one that's good that you relate to, and use it. Right? But remember what I said earlier, the difference between people doing these big businesses, right, and selling lots of homes and people who are just starting out. Remember I said it's reps. A lot of it is reps. They've just done it more. So what I'm going to ask you guys to do, because I promise you it will change your career, is practice. Practice around, have a script partner. Practice when you're getting ready, practice in the car. Record yourself in the car. You know, when somebody says to me, hey, what's my commission? What am I going to say? And when they say, is it negotiable? What am I going to say? And when they say, well, I'm going to work with somebody else, what am I going to say? What questions am I going to ask? So remember, reps, reps, reps. If you can't have live reps right now because you're just getting into the business, right? Then what you need to do is you need to practice. So great question. If you can see in the chat here that Dave asked the question, and I'm going to ask you that question, Dave. What do you think is said? So Dave asked, what do you think? What is said when you say, "What does your perfect real estate experience look like?"
I usually sell my house.
Yeah.
For that, they kind of blurt that out, but I just wanted to kind of hear what your reply was to what they generally say to you in that question.
Yeah, I mean, typically what they say is, "Hey, we want the most amount of money."
Yeah.
So Christina, to your point, here's my scripting. I'll say to them, well, how much money? I ask questions, right? And they might say, well, that's your job. That's why you're here. We don't know. And then I'll say to them, well, what would you pay for your house today? If you were a buyer, what would you pay for your house today? So Christina, to your point, right? I'm just mastering questions, right? I am going to exhaust them on them telling me what the price is before I give the number. Now, at the end of the day, yes, I am the professional, right? And yes, I am there to give them a price. So I'll do something with you guys really quickly, right? So they'll say to me, well, that's what you're here for, right? And I'll say, well, what will you pay for your house today? And they're like, I don't know, I haven't looked at it. I would like my realtor to advise me on that, right? Okay, cool. And then I take out, remember, data, right? Take out data. I have 3 comps, only 3 comps. One that is lower than theirs, one that is right in line with theirs, and one that is higher than theirs. And I always say, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, here's the 3 comps that I pulled that are most similar to yours. Would you agree these are 2 bedrooms, 2 baths in this building, or whatever it is, I go over it. Yeah. Which home do you feel is most like yours? In the event that they pick the higher one, I will say to them, Mr. Seller, with all due respect, this one actually is on the 42nd floor and clears the building and looks at the view of the lake, and they're asking $525 for that. So let me ask you a question, Mr. Seller. If we were to price your home at $525 and with no view of the lake, or this home at $525, the view of the lake, which one would you buy? Right? Now, they're going to say this to you, right? They're going to say, hey, listen, we really want $525. And I'll say, great. Dave, this is what goes, this is a great script. I'll say, great, no problem. Remember, I'm here to give you a perfect real estate experience. That's why this is a great script of saying my job is to make sure you have perfect real estate experience. So I can say to them, Dave, listen, that's awesome. $525, we can do that for you. Here's how we're going to do it. As you can see from this chart, from either agent metrics, right, or whatever chart you're using, right now you guys are appreciating at 2.2%. It is showing that your market, you are right here in the market. We're really at about 485. So if you look at, if we keep going at 2.2%, when we keep going, we're going to be at about 2028. Assuming nothing changes in the market, we can get 525. So I'll tell you what, Mr. Seller, I'm going to stay in touch with you every 3 months and let you know what the market's doing. And when it hits 525 in 2008, I will be ready to list your home. What do you think happens?
That's a really good one.
Christina, what do you think happens? What do you think they say?
Well, it's obvious. Well, go for it.
Well, they'll say, well, I can't wait till 2028, right?
Well, I mean, right,
You know,
right.
kind of like, well, hold on, that's not, you know, like whatever. And then I always say to them, I say, listen, Christina, I'm here to give you your perfect real estate experience. And unfortunately, the market's just not bearing 525 right now. I wish I could change it, but I couldn't. I can't, right? I wish I could, but I can't. So, but I will tell you, if you really want to get your home sold in with the most amount of money in the shortest amount of time, here's my strategy, and here's where we need to price your home. What are you guys hearing? What are you guys hearing from this?
You're giving them facts. It's very difficult for them to dispute that.
Wait, say that again, Dave.
You're giving them facts, and it's kind of hard for them to dispute that. They're self-learning that this is where the market is.
Yep. Awesome. Christina, what are you hearing?
Well, basically, it's what the market is doing. So the market's speaking, you know, on its own. We only interpret what's out there, and we're giving them the data, and it's just pretty obvious. They can't look any other way because everything's there before their eyes. And if they're reasonable, they're going to know that they should list that what's, you know, the value to the property.
Got it. These are great insights. Salas?
Yeah, if everything is the same as you compare to others, so they probably should to list, but maybe they have objections that something in their unit is better. I don't know, some kitchen, some improvements are better. That's holding them. But how you convince them that maybe these improvements, they are not as good as the market offers?
Yeah. So Salas, what I would say to that is another great conversation is this. I say to them, hey, listen, I've been wrong before. Nobody gets 100% on every test, right? And at the end of the day, I've been doing this a long time, so I'm usually pretty accurate. And here's what I'm going to tell you. In the event that I am low, I will guarantee you, because the market is smarter than you, smarter than me, smarter than the agent on the other side, I will promise you, I will guarantee you that if we are low, the market will speak to us, we will get multiple offers, and we will get you the 525 number.
Yeah, that's a good objection handling.
What was your takeaways from today?
What is a horse? What you are horse? No, it was good. Practical handling all this. So it's nice.
Let me ask you a question, Salas. What's one thing that you heard today that you're going to implement in your business?
I like this, the last one. And you just confirmed what I actually in the neighborhood, I saw how they were setting the price. They set it the price like 340 in the beginning. It didn't go. And then they set 310 and they got over the price, 315. So as you said, the market adjusts.
Yeah. So Salas, you need to, even though you didn't sell it, that's okay. Or if you did sell it, but you need to use that for anything that happens in the neighborhood. You need to bring that with your material. Hey, look what happened here. They started high, they came down low, and then all of a sudden their market recognized it and they got high. So we don't want to do that, right? Because if they would have just started right where they should have before, they would have even gotten higher, right? So use that, remember, use that data, use that experience to your advantage. Cool. Christina, what was your takeaway from today, and what are you going to implement in your business?
Well, like you just stated, I have this thing that when I go on the MLS, I do look at the listing history on a property. And that's one of the things that I would definitely bring out and just show them that it doesn't look right to a buyer. They question, they see the price changes, etc., and it's you know, less likely for another agent to want to, you know, show your property. Commission, just be more confident, you know, try to do more script practices and just build more confidence in myself. I'm pretty sure, you know, which way to take. It's just, I just got to work on my confidence.
Awesome.
But other than that, I do stick with my 5% commission. I will not negotiate. That's one thing I've always said to myself. I got to give myself my value and just show them what I got, you know, what I could bring to the table for it. Confidence, most of all.
Cool. Anthony, you said, I know you're at the doctor, so you can't say anything. So what sources do you use for market knowledge? InfoSparks absolutely is great. So continue to use that. The MLS is a great source for you just to kind of know what is going on and give examples as well. But just continue to, you know, the one thing that I did really well, Anthony, is I became obsessed with it as far as like, I wanted to know these models and systems better than anyone else. So like, I just read it. I read The Millionaire Real Estate Agent all the time. If I needed to know what the market was, I would time block to, hey, looking at InfoSparks, what is going on? You know, like just call up somebody that you know and say, hey, I know you're not interested in selling right now, but I'm really excited about this and I'm getting some reps in. Can I do a market analysis for your home for you? You mind if I give you a market analysis for your home so you know what it's worth? Right? And then they're like, absolutely. And then guess what happens? You just plant a seed in their head that, oh man, my house is worth more than I thought it was.
Got it.
Right? Just reps, bud. Just reps. Right? The best advice that I've ever gotten from one of my coaches. He said, "Hey, are you practicing your scripts?" I was always at a brokerage, right? So I go over to Keller Williams. My coach said to me, "Hey, you practicing your scripts?" And I chuckled. I'm like, I don't need to practice my scripts. Like, I'm good. You know, I'm doing $90 million in volume. Like, why would I want to practice my scripts, right? Man, was I wrong, right? So you know what my coach said to me? He said, "Hey, you played sports, didn't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Did you practice during the week?" I was like, I know where this is going. He's like, "So let me ask you a question. If you're going to practice for a game, for the big presentation of the big game, but you're not going to practice in your business that puts food on your family's table, what's wrong with you?" I took that to heart, and I promise you guys that the reason that I can say this and it could flow off my tongue is because when I'm in the car, I'm recording myself saying it, and I'm practicing. You guys, I appreciate you. I have a 1:30. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you guys got some great information and some good value out of it. Thanks for being part of the mission. And if there's anything I can ever do for you, let me know.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe.
Have a good day.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. Hey, that's
Hello, is anyone on here? Hello, hello.
Hey, Molly.
Hi, is that Dave?
Yes, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing great, thank you.
Good, okay, I can get started. I just want to make sure, I didn't know, no one's screens were on, so I just want to make sure that I wasn't talking to myself for an hour. Hi, Dave.
Hey, hey.
Awesome. Well, I will go ahead and get started. I'm scheduled to start at 1:45, and I guess people can come in if they want. But good to meet you. Are you in the which market center do you work out of?
Lincoln Park.
Lincoln Park. Awesome. Me too. So good to meet you. I've haven't been in the office much recently, so I feel like I don't know.
Since March.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I am going to be talking about listing marketing. So yeah, I'll just get started.
Cool.
Awesome. So I am the director of ops. I work for the Fair Hinton Group. So we are out of the Chicago Lincoln Park office, KW1, but that's like the one that we have our office out of. And just a little background on me, I started working for Emily and Kevin. They started the team in 2017, and I was their first hire. I moved from Cedar Rapids, Iowa to Chicago then to work for them. And as of now, so that was us three in 2017, fast forward 3.5 years, and it's 7 agents and 2 admins. So we've grown a lot. And then we recently just expanded to the Milwaukee market. So that's been exciting. And then we're just continuing to grow our team. So we're looking to add like 3 or 4 more agents the next month or so. So continuing to grow. And this is kind of a little bit of a background of how we run our listings.
Awesome.
So yeah, basically the goal of this is to help agents focus and help their sellers focus on the market and not marketing. I think people get that confused a lot when they think about listing marketing. They think, you know, fancy flyers, brochures, you know, all that type of stuff, Matterport, floor plans. And we don't really do any of that. We've been a really successful team because we lead with revenue. And in order to lead with revenue, we don't spend our money on those things. We try to just provide the best service to our clients and, you know, be market experts. So basically, throughout the life of a listing, we always just want to point our sellers to the market and not the marketing, if that makes sense. Also, Dave, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to speak up. I'm not sure if anyone else is on right now, so you're good to just kind of jump in when you want. Okay, so 3 rules that our team kind of abides by is not hiding behind shiny objects. So I kind of already outlined that. Basically, we don't give into, you know, the trendy stuff, the Matterports of the moment, the drone videos, you know, all of that. We really just try, like I said, you know, giving our clients service and focusing on the market is what we found strengthens the relationship, and also, you know, doesn't give them false hope. I think a lot of sellers sometimes think, oh, if I have the most fanciest marketing or hire this person that's going to do a drone photo shoot, like that's going to get my place sold, when we all know that that's not what sells the place. It's pricing right, it's good photography, it's great service, and honest communication between the agents and the sellers. So I think that's a lot of agents, in particular new agents, feel overwhelmed by the upfront cost of shiny objects, and you never have to give in to those ever. Another rule, or just like rule that we kind of like to abide by, is under promise and over deliver. So always, 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 I mean, if you're not going to door knock, don't say you're going to door knock. Or if you're not going to, I don't know, reverse call or circle prospect or something like that, don't say that you're going to do it. You don't have to do any of those things, but it's when you get into a situation where you say that you're going to do that and then you don't, that you lose that client's trust. So we always like to be very honest about what we're going to do to market their home. We don't tell them that we're going to do Matterport and fancy drone photography. We don't tell them that because we don't want them to get their hopes up. So that's just kind of something that we like to abide by. And then third, over communicate and be reliable. So I'll take you guys through kind of my communication strategies with sellers once we're on the market and also before we're on the market. So they always know what I'm doing, even if it's more of the same, you know, hey, no updates today. We're still just working towards, you know, listing your home in 2 weeks. Let me know if you have any questions, because it's when you're silent that they think that you're not doing anything. And also, if you're doing marketing and you're doing stuff, tell them, like, tell them what you're doing. Because again, if you're not telling them, they're not going to know that you're doing that stuff. So over communicating, even if there's nothing to say, reassure them, no updates. I'm here if you need me. And then being reliable, following through with what you say. So if you say you're going to call them every Tuesday, call them every Tuesday. Even if you're calling them to say, again, hey, no updates, great touching base with you. Let me know if you need anything. I'm always here. Done. I think that it's easy to throw someone under the bus when they say they're going to do something and then they don't. But if you say you're going to do something and you do it, people don't expect that a lot of times these days, and they're really impressed by people that follow through. So those are just 3 things that are kind of like the basis for everything that I'm going to talk about in the next few slides. So basically, I'm breaking this presentation up into what our team does before we hit the market and what we do once we're on the market to service our clients and to market their home. So the next slide, we'll go into those strategic pricing strategies. So that's obviously the first, you know, tenet of all marketing is strategic pricing strategies. And I have a few. So I'm the director of ops for my team. I'm actually not an agent, but I work with really, really talented agents. And we've kind of streamlined all of our systems and processes to be repeatable. So after Emily or Kevin goes on a listing appointment, they have the same template for a pricing strategy email that they send to the sellers. And I wanted to show you guys that because I think it's really, really helpful. So let me pull that up. And this one, excuse me, was actually just sent, I think yesterday, Emily sent this one. So basically, if you just take a look at this, I'm not sure if you can see it or not. Let me know if I need to like make it bigger, but she goes through, she already sets the tone with focusing on the market, not marketing. And she goes through her specific play-by-play of how she prices out a home. So she looks at the neighborhood sales data, median sale price. So she brings up, pulls this stuff from InfoSparks. And it just really backs up what she's saying and why she prices condos the way, or homes the way that we do. So she pulls median sale price for the neighborhood, condos on the market. She gives the clients very honestly what the pros and cons of their particular unit is. They do strategic marketing recommendations. This is the same template for every single seller. So basically what she recommends the list price to be, deep clean, handyman fixes, painting, professional photos. You know, she just goes through the timeline and what the clients can expect from us throughout the listing. And then she goes through and also puts in sample photography, just some of our previous listings that we've had that are near the same price point. And this template has worked wonders, and it just gives us record going on record of this is the strategic price that we recommend and this is why we recommend it. We're not just putting out a random price, and it's able to start a conversation that's very honest and already looking at the market. So then in 2 weeks, when we haven't sold, they can't come back and be like, well, you said you're going to do these fancy brochures. We've never said we're going to do these brochures. We told you this is the strategic price that we would like to price at. And if you decide to go at a different price, it's clear in writing that's not what we recommended. So I think this is a really good just kind of outline. And I can forward all of these on to you. I have my contact information at the end. I'm happy to share all of these templates. So that's the first part of, you know, the marketing aspect of a listing. And then, oh, I guess I should stay out there. So the second thing that I do, once we send the pricing information to the sellers and we get them to I mean, typically they agree to our recommendations, but if they don't, you know, we'll go back and forth for a little bit. But once I get that email from Emily, I go ahead and send her seller homework. And the seller homework is basically a list of building questions and a list of unit questions or property questions specific to their unit that I send to every single one of our clients. And they go through, they fill it out completely, and it's the same for every single seller. And it helps me to know exactly everything about the home. And it also helps us to kind of get a feel for what the client really wants to, you know, have us emphasize about their home. One of the last questions I think is, you know, what's your favorite features of the neighborhood, of your property? So I also wanted to show you an example of that seller homework. And I sent this about a month ago. So this is my templated email that I send to the clients every time. And it's really set us apart from other agents, I think, because it just shows how much in detail we go. So I ask about building information, you know, who's the management contact, the HOA contact, rental policy, how many units are rented, what are the current reserves. You know, I go into such depth up at the beginning, right? Even before typically I send this, before we even get a listing contract signed. And it just kind of sets the tone that we are the experts, and that once we know everything about your property, we're going to market it the best that it can be. We're going to put its best foot forward. So this seller homework really does set us apart, and it makes you seem like you know what you're doing. And even if you don't know, you're going to get all the information so that you do know. This has been really lucrative in our listing process. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Again, I can share all of these templates with you. So just let me know if you want me to send them. And then the next part of the pre-listing marketing. So we've sent the price, we've established ourselves as market experts. I've sent the seller homework. I established myself as an admin expert, if you will. The next part that will really help set you up for success in terms of listing marketing will be having a go-to handyman, and also walking the property before you list it and suggesting any type of updates or repairs. We have typically, when we, you know, in a pre-COVID world, you do the listing appointment in person and walk the property. Now it's kind of, you do the listing appointment via Zoom, then you walk the property, look at it, and you're able to advise on pricing. However, a lot of times at this listing appointment, or excuse me, at the property walk, you know, Emily or Kevin will be walking the property and see that maybe the dishwasher is not working, or that there's a leaky faucet, like sink on the faucet. And something of value that we can always say to the clients is, hey, when we go under contract with you guys, this is going to come up in an inspection. And rather than, you know, the buyer seeing this, they're going to double the price. So if they see a leaky faucet and it's probably worth $200, they're going to ask you for a credit of $400. So rather than giving away that $400, we can offer them value and say, hey, we actually have a handyman that's going to be able to get this done for about $100. He's really good. He's a trusted guy. And then again, it's just adding value and developing that relationship that we found is really helpful and kind of establishes the relationship up front. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or things to say about any of these? These are all part of like our pre-listing process. Actually, I think I saw like a chat. I'm not exactly sure how to get there. Chat, I see.
I just sent my email address so that you can send templates.
Yeah. I'll send you all those templates for sure.
Cool.
Okay, so next in the pre-listing is staging, virtual staging, and photography. So our team is really, really passionate because we don't do the fancy shiny object stuff like Matterport, drone videos. I mean, we do if it's a true luxury listing and the client asks for it. If we can get the listing and impress them without it, then we're not going to waste, essentially, have a sunk cost of, you know, $700-800 for a drone video. That's a lot of money. So I'm going to show you a few kind of before and after pictures, and these are all actually properties that we have in the market right now that we've had to, I mean, this isn't a hard time. It's a hard market right now. So a lot of these, you know, they're before and after pictures. So really just to show you the value of staging, virtual staging, and good photography. So staging. This is our unit 557 West Fullerton, Unit 1E. So we've been on the market for about 3 months. The picture on the left when it was vacant was how we first went on the market. And as you can see, I mean, it's a beautiful unit. The market's just been a little bit difficult, and weren't able to sell it. So even if we don't think the clients are going to go with staging, we always say, hey, you know, if you want to try and stand out from the other, you know, listings out there right now, maybe we'll think about staging. So having a good stager in your back pocket, and even going as far as kind of knowing what they charge, like per bed bath count in a unit, and you can just say, hey guys, I know we haven't had a lot of showing activity, or if we're looking to get an offer right up front, typically, you know, stage homes sell X amount of time faster than non-staged homes. It will run you about X amount of dollars if we decide to go this route. Just, I think giving options to sellers really, again, establishes you as an expert and as someone that really cares about selling their home. So we talked about staging at the beginning. This was an investment property. The tenants moved out. We got it cleaned by our handyman, and then we offered them the staging opportunity. They decided not to go forward with it initially. And then 3 months later, we're still sitting on the market. They decided to stage. We decided to rephotograph, and that's the difference. I mean, I obviously don't have to tell you guys, you know, the value of staging, but I think even just the value of talking to your clients about it and offering them a platter of options keeps them happy and lets them know that you're looking out for their best interests. So another property that we're working on right now that's on the market still is 2161 North California, Unit 305. So this unit, we previously had pictures done. We've kind of had 3 sets of pictures for this one. We put a lot of money into this listing, which isn't the best strategy, but this is how kind of this one's gone. So we originally took pictures of the unit when it was filled with the seller's stuff. Sellers moved out. It didn't sell. Sellers moved out, vacant, got it freshly painted and cleaned. Then once we got that done, photographs of the vacant unit, and then photographs were then used to virtually stage those empty photographs. And virtually staging 7 photographs was $110. The company's name is Fiverr, and they turn it around in 24 hours. It's a really great company, and we've been doing it a lot more. Again, just to give our, you know, sellers options and to let them know that we're, like, you know, willing to do whatever we can to get their home sold. So this is kind of an interesting instance where we did like a 3-part section of pictures, but obviously I think the virtual staging looks really, really good, and the sellers are really, really happy. And it didn't cost a ton of money, but again, you know, it's just something you can offer them that will typically impress them.
Hey, Molly.
Yeah.
Real quick before you get too far along, what was before you got into staging? I'm sorry, now I forgot what I was going to ask you about.
No, you're okay. Handyman. I was talking about a handyman.
No, can you go back? I'm sorry. Can you go back a couple
Sure.
slides? Okay.
This one.
Oh, I know what it was. So how are you getting like the homes that I have listed without like a Matterport?
hmm
I constantly get agents calling me asking me if I have video. You know, they
Mhm.
want to see, they want to send something more than just the photos to their
Mhm.
clients. How do you guys get around that?
That's a really good question. And I think, so I don't get that question a lot, but my agents do. And they call me and they're like, hey, just by chance, like, did a previous listing have like a floor plan for this one or something? And it's funny that it comes from agents and not the clients, but I think what they typically do is a lot of our places, to be honest, are a true like 2-bed, 2-bath unit, like condo. And you don't really need a Matterport to know what the floor plan is for that. It's pretty cookie cutter. But I think their kind of rebuttal for that is usually schedule a showing and we'll show you. I mean, or we typically, if they really want something like that, we always kind of, as a rule, take a video, like just on an iPhone, just a video walking the space. That seemed to work, especially in those like early COVID days. But yeah, I think people do ask a lot. And I think the rebuttal is, it's really unique. Like it probably wouldn't be captured best with Matterport. You just got to schedule a showing and see it for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I've had agents just go in and do their own video with their
Yeah.
time with their buyer.
hmm
So, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry
no
about that. I
problem.
didn't want to get too far gone from that before.
No, you're good. Please feel free to interrupt. I'm kind of going a bit quicker. I plan for a little bit of questions. So if you ever want to talk about anything like in real life or something that you're experiencing right now, let me know because this will probably be shorter than an hour for sure.
Cool.
So yeah, we're talking about staging and then virtual staging. Like I said, we use Fiverr. It's pretty cost efficient and it seems to make sellers pretty happy. We've got a few right now that we virtually staged. Oh, something I did want to mention about virtually staging that we found out the hard way. If you want to virtually stage a place that has furniture in it in the photos already, that's very expensive. It's most cost efficient to virtually stage a room that is already empty, because otherwise the graphic designer will typically charge you to edit out the furniture and then stage it. So when we've had to do that, I mean, the cost, I said $110 for 7 pictures. It's usually double that if you have to move stuff out of it. So our new kind of rule of thumb is if we're going to virtually stage it, we have to have vacant photos. So the next one is photography. And this is the easiest one to get right. And I think so many agents get it wrong and it drives me crazy. And we've actually had people, you know, call our team and say, hey, your guys' photography is amazing. This is why I want to work with you. So this is the same unit that I actually just showed in the last slide. This is 2161 North California. So I said there's kind of been 3 phases of marketing. We've done the old pictures, the new, better pictures, and the virtual staging pictures. So these were the previous pictures when the clients were still in the unit. And the picture on the left, so the clients, they were working from home and they preferred to have a photographer come on a Saturday or Sunday. As we know, most, you know, legit photo companies work as most other individuals do Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. So we tried to help them and we tried to, you know, find a photographer that we decently liked that worked on the weekends. And that was the picture on the left. So it's super orange. There's a lot of exposed light coming from the side. It doesn't look super professional and it doesn't give the unit the best. Let's just say it looked better in person than it did in that photograph. If I saw that photograph, I wouldn't want to see it. But if I was in there in person, I'd be like, oh, that photograph wasn't that great for the unit. Like the unit looks better than that in person. So then the picture on the left is, the right is the professional photograph from Virtuance Photography. That's who we use. And, you know, it's less orange, the angles are better, you know, you can see the above lights, the exposure from the sliding glass door. You can actually see that there's a deck out there. It's just 150 times better in my opinion. I think if you're going to take on a listing, especially if you're going to take on a listing and you're not going to offer, you know, the Matterports, all that type of fancy stuff, I think the good photos, if you have really good photos, it's going to be enough to sell it. Something else that I do that's kind of like a pre-listing tactic is when I send the photo confirmation, photo shoot, like date and time information, I give them pretty strict like rules on how to actually have their home cleaned and ready to go for photos. Besides like the, toilet seats down, all lights on, drapes open, it's helpful to tell your sellers up front to have as less clutter on the countertops as possible. So many times in listing photos, and I'm a perfectionist, so I do get distracted by these things, but hand towels and paper towel holders, toasters, teapots, all that stuff needs to be put away. I mean, a lot of times I think certain listing agents like to have a little bit of like a lifestyle type photograph, like they're selling the furniture, but we're really trying to sell the space and just have it be as a blank canvas as possible with some of their decorative stuff around. But I think sometimes a good photo could be great if the seller just put away a few more things, or if you did that when you were at the photos with the photographer and just put the hand soap down, put the dishwasher detergent down, just did all of those little things. I think it ups it, it makes it look more professional. So that would be my recommendation. Then obviously just the difference between, an amateur photographer and a professional photography company is worth its weight in gold. So I would definitely, if you haven't, find a great photographer that you like and continue to work with them. And even if they're a little bit more expensive, again, if you're not spending all the money on the floor plans and all that type of stuff, the photography will be enough to like get people's attention. At least that's what we found. So moving on. So the last thing, I've said this a lot. So Matterport, drone, floor plans, etc. Those are essentially sunk costs. You're not going to get that back. I think kind of as a rule of thumb on our team, those things don't sell a listing, but if they get a listing, then it's okay. If a seller asks for it, we're not going to say, no, we don't do that, and then lose the listing to the next person. However, it's not part of our package. It's not part of our listing presentation. It's not something that we advertise that we do for all of our listings and this is why they sell. We just don't do that. And I think that's it. It's pretty true. I mean, we believe in leading it with revenue. And if we did that for all of our listings, we would be a very, very poor team. So that's worked out for us. If you have any questions on that, feel free to speak up. And then lastly, the pre-listing in our pre-listing systems is the MLS draft. So after I get the seller homework back with all the unit information, I ask them to share all of the condo docs. I check all the information with the HOA president or the property manager if I can get them to respond to an email or answer a call. I put all of the information and I create the listing on the MLS. I then save that listing. I go to like fake print it and I take out the price. I take out the price and then commission and I save it as a PDF and I send it to our sellers a day or two typically before we go on the market. And I say, hey, Mr. Seller, please feel free to look over this. Let me know if there are any like errors that you see because I would love to get these taken care of prior to going on the market. Or if there's anything to add that I've missed, please let me know. And 9 times out of 10, people don't say that I have any errors, or maybe it's, oh, actually the gas is electric. The heat is gas, not electric, or something small like that. But I think that's just one final thing that has really impressed our clients and makes them excited about going on the market with us. They feel like they know what's being put out there to the world and gives them a little bit of sense of ownership. So that's been something that I've done, and that's really been helpful, at least to like cement the relationship again. So we'll move on. So basically that's all the stuff we do before a listing goes on the market. So we price it strategically, we get great photos, MLS draft, seller homework, we learn everything we can about the property, and now we're ready to go on the market. So the first thing that I don't think a lot of people like to do, but that we feel is the most important service to our sellers after we're on the market, is having an honest weekly marketing talk weekly market talk / pricing conversation with our sellers. That's been really important, and that's been something that I think has really helped grow our business and keep a lot of clients that we otherwise would have been fired from. Because when we do it every week and we say we're going to do it every week and we follow through with it every week, they feel like we're not forgetting about them, even if there is nothing to report, or I don't know, if we haven't had showings in 2 weeks or something like that. You know, hey, there's no update. The market's still, this is what's going on in the market still. But let us know if you need anything. I have a few examples of a weekly market / price conversation that Emily and Kevin have with our sellers. They'll do this over the phone, but then I always like it when they follow back up with an email, kind of summarizing what they said, just to give it, to go on the record and to say, hey, if you guys think I haven't talked to you, your home's been on the market for 6 months. No, I've sent you a weekly email with all the market info. So I'd like to show you one of those. And let me make sure. So this is one that Emily sent to one of our sellers. And again, it's all templated, and she says the same thing. It looks a lot like the pricing email that she sends when she kind of advises on what the list price should be. So she always leads with the headline, great showing activity and feedback, but no offers yet. Showings and feedback. So she lists how many private showings we've had, how many open house guests we've had, and the total. And then the top of the line feedback, you know, buyer loves location, floor plan, finishes, etc. And then she always backs it up with stats. So again, focusing your sellers on the market, not the marketing. By doing this once a week and doing it every week, it allows us to get in front of the seller saying, hey, we haven't had a showing the past 2 weeks. What are you guys doing for marketing? Like on your end, you know, where are you guys coming? What are you guys bringing to the table? And if we send these emails every single week and we talk to the sellers every single week and we give them honest communication, they're never going to come to us with those questions. And that's always the goal. The goal is to not wake up with an email from a mad seller in your inbox. You never ever want that. It feels awful. It's not fun. So these we found have really kind of, they're more honest. I mean, it's the market, you know, it's median market time up 8% to 96 days. You know, when you put it out there and it's in that clear of terms, I think it goes a long way for sellers to give them reasonable expectations. And then it takes a little bit of the pressure off you. That if you haven't gotten a contract in 30 days, median market time is 96 days. And we've told you that for the past 3 weeks in these emails. So again, we send these once a week to our sellers. And if there's nothing that changes, we just send the same email, because they want you to be reliable. If you said you're going to do it, you have to do it. You have to over communicate and you have to be reliable. So, and then she always goes into marketing recommendations. So price, sometimes she asks for a price reduction in these emails. In this case, she didn't. And then she's saying what we've been doing, you know, following up with all showings, Facebook and Instagram posts, accommodation of all showing requests. So really, I mean, it's just consistency. And she sends this email to them every single week and updates where she needs to. And once you start getting in the habit, it's amazing to see what your business will turn into and how loyal your clients will be when you just give them the honest information up front. So that was one of the emails that I wanted to share that we use when we're on the market. Another email that we've actually just started implementing is the reverse prospecting email. And does everyone know when I mean reverse prospecting? Like on the MLS, you know, go into it, you click on the listing, and then you go to the reverse prospecting button, and you can see all the agents whose clients have been sent your listing. Yes, and everyone, I'll look at the chat quick. I'd appreciate the templates. Got it, I see, I'm just seeing emails. But basically, so what we started doing is sending the reverse prospecting list, and that's been helping us with some pricing conversations as well. You know, for this one, 1001 West Madison, this is another one that's been on the market with us for quite a while, and it's been pretty difficult. The West Loop is a very difficult market right now. So sorry, I'm checking the chat and I keep getting distracted. So we pull the reverse prospecting list and we say, hey, you know, Mr. Seller, you guys, your home has been hit by 117 buyers. Well, Kevin notes, you know, that's great, but the bad news is that only one person out of those 117 people has marked the property as interested or maybe interested. So that kind of tells us that either we need to wait to see if anyone else becomes interested, or two, we need to hit a new pool of buyers and lower the price. If you want, because 117 people saw that property online and passed. So that reverse prospecting report and those stats have become really helpful and have added to our Tuesday calls. And it's just another way to kind of keep the conversation focused on the market and not the marketing. So I just wanted to show you that template as well, because that one we just kind of recently added this year and it's been pretty helpful. So, and then I just keep showing you guys this stuff. I've kind of alluded to it, but another thing that we've done that's really grown our listing business and helped establish us as experts is 3 weeks of love. So 3 weeks of love is a strategic communication strategy with our sellers that we do for the first three weeks of a listing going on the market, as well as for the life of the listing. So for the first 3 weeks on the market, they're going to get a combination of calls, emails. It's pretty much just calls and emails, mostly from me, some from the agents, and they are going to hear from us 5 times a week, Monday, Wednesday through Friday, for the first 3 weeks that they are on the market. No questions asked. We found that after, you know, listing stuff for a while, sometimes I'll feel like I haven't talked to a seller in 2 weeks or something after we go on the market. If we have no showings, there's not really anything to report on. So what we did is we set up kind of a system that takes away the, what should I send to the seller today? So we created a full system, and I've been doing that for about a year. It used to be 2 weeks of love, but now that we're in this fabulous market that we are, turned into 3 weeks. And I can also share that template. I can pull it up for you all as well. It's just templated emails that I send. So day 1, Wednesday, congrats, your listing is live. I send a bomb, and this is the wording. Day 2, what to expect from a showing and PhD marketing strategy. So I send, this is exactly what you can expect from our team as far as showings go. Even if they haven't received a showing yet, I always just send it. Day 3, open house email. Day 4, Tuesday listing check-in reminder. So that's when I send my Tuesday listing check-ins. I'm going to say, hey, Mr. Seller, your listing agent's going to be checking in with you either tomorrow or at some point this week. Be on the lookout for a call or an email from them. This is what they'll be going over. And then day 5, day 6. So it goes on for 21 days. I send them something every single day, and it's really, really, really been helpful for our business. People like it. People like being talked to, and even if it doesn't have anything to do with their property, sometimes I just send them, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, this is our Facebook page. You might see your property on there. Let us know if you need anything. It just kind of, like I said, it takes away that question of, what am I going to say to this person today? I haven't gotten a showing request. It takes the guessing game out of it, and it makes you feel like you actually are servicing them. And this is something that Emily and Kevin always bring up in their listing presentation. Every single time. You're going to hear from Molly Mudd or myself every day for the first 3 weeks that you're on the market. That goes back to over communicating and being reliable. So when we tell them that they're going to hear from us every single day for the first 3 weeks that they're on the market, and then we do that, we gain trust with them, and they don't have any questions for us because we've already answered all of their questions up front. They already know we're going to talk to them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for the first 3 weeks that they're on the market. They're not going to sit there wondering, oh, when am I going to hear from my listing agent? We've already clearly told them that they're going to hear from us. So they can reach out to us if they want, but they're always going to be hearing from us. So that's been something that has really been helpful for our listing business. And then past the first 3 weeks of a listing going on the market, we reach out to them still 3 times per week, Monday through Friday. So Mondays, I'll always send that email saying, hey, this is what your listing agent will check in with you on this week. Tuesdays or Wednesdays, typically, Emily or Kevin will check in with them with that templated email, or they'll give them a call. And then Friday, I always send them emails with who's hosting open houses, or if not, have a great weekend. Let us know if you need anything. We'll be in touch with showing requests. Does anyone have any questions, comments on any of that? I can also share that document as well.
Hey, Molly, generally, how many listings are you folks carrying at any given time?
Right now, I think we're carrying 18.
Okay.
And that's the most we've ever had. This year, we've taken on more listings than we ever have in the past. So yeah, Fridays and Mondays, my emails out to our sellers, it takes me a while. It really does. But if it's a templated thing, it can't take me more than 3 minutes. I just change out the names. I copy paste, change out the names. So yeah, it's not too bad. But even if it does take me a little bit, and I do spend a little bit more time making an email kind of, I don't know, individualized to the sellers, like it's always worth it. I don't know. They always appreciate it, and they always come back with, no, we're good. Thank you so much for checking in. Like it makes you feel like you service them, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I get it. Sounds awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's been something that we've really come to love in the past. Kind of been doing it for 2 years. And like I said, it was only this year that we extended from the first 2 weeks to the first 3 weeks. And then the showing time report. I think that this is an underutilized tool for sure, and something that also always keeps your sellers focused on the market, not the marketing. So one of the, I'm gonna stop my share and then reshare with the new, what do you call it? Oh, not that one. Showing time report. Oh, never mind. I forgot I sent it to myself in an email. So showing time report, you can email these to your sellers whenever you want. If you go through showing time, and then on the left-hand side, you go to listing report and then email report, or you can print it as a PDF. So this was our report for 534 West Belmont, and I've attached the listing report for 534 West Belmont, yada, yada, yada. I send these to our sellers all the time so that they never have any questions about how many showings there's been, what's been the feedback, what's the general interest. So then this showing time generates this whole report of total amount of showings in the last 30 days, in the last 7 days, gives a whole graph of how many showings per week. And then it rates all the feedback, and it just organizes it into very impressive looking charts. And then these are also the individual feedback from each agent that showed it. Does anyone have any questions about how to access this report or anything, or how we use it? No? Okay. So I know you guys probably know about this, but I think it's we put it into our 3 weeks of love. I send this once a week to our sellers typically, or, I send it pretty strategically to them. Hey, there have been no showings the last 7 days. It's not like they don't know that. They obviously know that. But just again, it just kind of keeps it top of mind, and it doesn't let them ask any questions as to, oh, did they have a showing and not tell us about it, if it's vacant, or, this person provided feedback, but we never got it. It just allows us, it's like a checks and balances almost. If something for some reason didn't get passed along to the client, they're always going to see it in that report. And if they didn't have any showings, they're going to know there's no showings. We either need to keep waiting or we need to drop our price. So that's also been a really lucrative tool that's really just easy, that it's automatically generated. Just want to show you guys that. Keep toggling back and forth so much. Okay, so next on our active listings, social media. So listing marketing. I've talked not a whole lot about the actual marketing aspect of listing marketing, but this is where I will talk about actual marketing. Social media, I always do a social media post for a new listing. I just think it's great, it's good marketing for us and also the property. But something that I recently learned, and that was kind of telling to me is how Facebook and Instagram categorize like property photos. So basically Facebook and Instagram don't like graphic images that much, like the Canva images. I feel like people spend a lot of time on making this beautiful flyer and then posting it to social media. But Facebook and Instagram have an algorithm that those pictures get like boosted down so less people have a chance of seeing them. Your best bet is to post just raw images of the property. Again, going back to getting really good property photos. So I never post like a Canva image or anything. I just pick 3 or 4 of the best property pictures and try to give a little bit of a story if I can. Either, you know, this place is super close to X restaurant. We bought and sold with these people in the last 4 years, amazing sellers. So just 2 things that I've learned from social media in general though are to not use, you know, the traditional Canva posts, and then to try and tell a story as much as possible, because that's really what resonates with people and kind of gets the post the attention that a lot of people are seeking. Flyers. So we do flyers for every one of our listings. We don't do brochures. We don't do fancy folders or anything like that. We do one PDF flyer, and we use Lee King for them. Saves me a lot of time, and they are $5 per flyer. And I will show you one of those flyers now. Let's see. I'm continually having to stop share because I don't know how to share through different windows. So this is the flyer that we get from Lee King that costs a whopping $5 per flyer. That's the only marketing that we spend. And basically what I do is I send him the address, 4 pictures that we want to use, and then I send him the, what do you call it, property description, and he kind of breaks them down into bullet points. That's it. We have these at the house. If they're vacant, we'll leave them there, but otherwise these are just used for open houses, so we have something to give to an open house attendee. Again, we're not super huge proponents in print marketing, especially now in times of COVID. People are visiting places less and less, but just so we have something to show the clients, the sellers, and or open house attendees, something for them to take away about the unit. We do create one general marketing piece. So I will go back to my presentation. And door hangers. This is something that we started doing last year. Door knocking right now is a little bit odd in terms of the world of COVID. So what we've started to do is door hangers as opposed to door knocking. And we ordered these off Vistaprint. And I just wanted to show you guys really quickly. So these you can just take around and put them, just hang them on the door. You don't even have to knock. But these were ones that we made a few years ago, and we still have thousands left. So want to know the value of your home, Fair Hampton Real Estate Group, our contact information and some listing photos of ours. And then on the back it has, you know, our logo, contact us for a free market analysis, and just, you know, stuff about our team in the market center. So these have been something that are really good, because what we've done in the past is we've stapled that flyer to the door hanger and then just hung them on a door. Or if it's a condo building, hang them on a fence, hang 5 or 10. You don't need to know any addresses. You don't even need to knock, but it's something that you can say to the seller if you're having kind of a difficult listing that you did, that you're trying to help get it sold. And it's free. You don't have to pay for postage or anything. I mean, these door hangers are pretty cheap. They were maybe like $50 or something for like 100. So this is something we've been doing that we really kind of liked, and we started implementing again in the past, you know, few years. And then another kind of thing that sets us apart, and that was a really big hit, was our food pantry open house. Again, in times of COVID, it's a little bit hard, but last year we created this flyer and we stapled these to Mariano's like brown grocery bags, and we went around the neighborhood and we hung them on people's doors, I guess a week before the open house. And then this was the flyer that we left with the bag. So basically, it was trying to drive traffic to the open house and also having a little bit of charity in there. So we organized the bags, printed all these, stapled them together, and then door knocked and hung them on people's door handles. And, you know, again, at a condo complex, maybe left like 15 or 20 on the front door so that people could gather food items throughout the week and then bring them to our open house. And that was the flyer that we used. And we got like 20 or 25 bags of food. I mean, people really, it's interesting to see how much people show up. It's always surprising how much people show up, especially for charity, more so than you'd think, just in general to show up for an open house. And, you know, not a lot of people were in the market that came to buy a $1.4 million place, but we got their contact information and you never know. So that was something that was also really successful in the past year. Where do you design and print those door hangers? Oh, that was through Vistaprint. Super, super easy. I think I just used a template and then switched our names out. Good question. And then next, yeah, so that's basically, I mean, in general, those are the things that we do to market our listings, you know, pre-listing and then during the listing is always staying in touch, not hiding behind shiny objects or, you know, Matterport or anything like that. Being really honest, having them focus on sellers focusing on the market, not marketing, under promise and over deliver. So let them know we're going to reach out to them every 3 weeks, or excuse me, every day for the first 3 weeks, and then do it. Also, just over communicate constantly. If there's nothing to say, let them know there's no updates and that you're always going to be here if you need them or if they need you. So those are kind of our tenets, and keeping the seller focused on the market, not marketing. But thank you guys. I saw quite a few of your emails in the chat. I will go ahead and send you guys all of those templates. And you guys will hopefully be able to use them. It's really not hard once you get a bunch of those templates and then just kind of continually stay in touch with your sellers. You'll be amazed how much the relationship grows. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to speak up. I'll stay on here for a few more minutes, but this is my contact information if anyone wants to get a hold of me.
Thanks, Molly.
Thank you, Dave. Good to meet you. Hopefully see you around the office soon.
Absolutely. Be well. Thank you.
You too. Bye.
Hi, Solius and Meg. How are you guys?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good, good. Thank you.
Do you go by Saul?
Yeah, you can go with Saul.
Okay, cool.
One part calling me Solus, another part is calling Saul.
So I get a lot Saul when
Yeah,
people
and
say my last name.
yeah, and
Yeah.
the Spanish part Saul.
Yes, all the time. It's so cute. I'm like, whatever you want me to be.
Is that your last name, Saul?
Yeah, yes,
Well,
yes,
my first name is Saul.
yes, yes. I love it. Okay, perfect. Well, it's 3 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and dive in and get started with you guys and anybody else that'll join us. Fantastic. But what we're going to be talking about today is negotiations, right? And I know today's HIIT session was really focused on sellers. So I do have a format to follow, which we can dive into some buyer rep negotiations as well at the tail end, if we have some time. Is there any area of focus or anything that you feel that, hey, Pam, if we touched on this today, or I learned more about this part of it, that would be very helpful, just so I can know kind of a sense of where you guys are at and to make sure that you're getting the most benefit from this.
I'm pretty new, so just, just the kind of the process really start to finish and pointers and, you've gone through probably all of the different kinds of negotiations, but, just kind of what it looks like. And yeah, I would appreciate seeing it from the buy side as well. Or just like, at the end, if there's any strategies or, especially when you're going up against like a multiple offer or something like that. So kind of for me, I haven't gone through it ever. So I'm a blank slate and would like to know whatever knowledge you can bestow upon me.
Perfect. Well, look at this, Meg. Negotiations and multiple offer best practices. So we'll definitely go over that, and I'll kind of walk you guys through, a little bit of a step-by-step, more on the strategy, not necessarily all the technical tools, although we can dive into some technical tools as well. So not a problem. All right. So here's what I always like to focus on first is remember that, especially with negotiations, we have to remove our ego. We have to remove ourself from the situation, meaning that we're here to truly represent our client, whether it's a buyer or seller. They have hired us and are entrusting us to represent them in their best interest. And so I thought this was a really cool quote that I had found online that kind of set the stage for negotiations, right? And so stacking the deck in your favor. So it's all like how you show up right from the get-go is going to set the tone for that negotiation and or agreement transaction. So negotiation between salespeople and procurement is similar to gambling in many ways. Success in both customer negotiations and gambling requires good information, steely nerves, patience, and most of all, the ability to stay cool. When negotiators get emotional.
We don't see the shared screen.
Oh, you don't see my shared screen?
I don't.
Meg, do you?
No, I don't see it.
Oh.
It showed for a second and disappeared. Now Zoom.
Oh, it was there and now it's not there?
No, it was a little bit, just a couple seconds.
But it was there? Okay.
It was, yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Do you see anything different now or no?
Didn't say, it just says update Zoom. That.
Yeah, it's like the Zoom screen, the like post attendee Zoom.
And maybe because KW1 Chicago is like the host and I'm a guest right now. So I don't even, I guess, have all the controls as I should. Let me,
It looks like you're sharing a screen. I just don't think it's the right screen because we see your like the background of your computer.
okay, you do see that now. Perfect.
You just need to choose.
I see what's happening. Here we go. I got it now.
The mouse is moving.
Okay, now do you see it?
No.
Oh,
Hold on.
there we
Success?
go.
Yes.
All right. Thank you guys. Okay. So for those of you that just joined us, welcome. We're actually just diving in, so you haven't missed much yet. So when you show up for negotiations, again, it's all about mindset and removing ourselves from the equation so we can truly be there to present our clients in the best way. So I truly believe in this. Negotiation between salespeople and procurement is similar to gambling in many ways. Success in both customer negotiations and gambling requires good information, steely nerves, patience, and most of all, the ability to stay cool. When negotiators get emotional, they lose. Much of the gamemanship of procurement is intended to get the sellers to lose their control. In both contexts, the negotiator is more in control of his or her emotions wins. I truly believe that. So as you're navigating through your business, and you're going to find a lot of these opportunities where your emotions might get triggered, and more importantly, your client's emotions will get triggered. You have to remember that buying or selling real estate is it's number one, the largest investment. It's the largest financial transaction that the buyer or seller is probably doing ever. And in addition to that, they have a lot of emotional attachment, especially if they've lived in the property for a period of time, have maybe raised their family, have a lot of memories, etc. Sometimes there's a lot of attachment in them letting go of that. A buyer can have a lot of attachment because of the excitement. You know, maybe the property's located in the absolute right school district location. They have relatives that live nearby, etc. So sometimes they're not thinking clearly as well because they have a lot of emotional attachment tied up. So it's our job and our skill and ability to allow them to see this as a business transaction while knowing what their motivation is and helping them move towards that goal that they gave us to begin with. And so it's so important that we remove ourselves from the equation and our emotions so we could truly be present to our clients and show up for them in the best way possible. So some of the tactics that I'll use to ensure that I'm making that happen is when I receive a offer or I'm making an offer, always present and negotiate verbally, then follow up the conversation with a text or email to keep a record. Again, these are what I call best practices. Some agents may do business differently, and that's okay. But I'm going to just kind of go over with you what I find to be best practices, and I'll kind of give you some background as to why. Okay, but that doesn't mean you can't do business another way. To me, when you're able to present and negotiate verbally, tonality and body language is a huge part of our communication. As you know, in an email or text, you're only able to commit or communicate in a written word, and you're completely leaving that written word to the interpretation of the other person receiving it. They're not going to be able to interpret your intent. When you can talk verbally over the phone and present and negotiate as such, your intent, your communication is much greater. Also, in addition, you're going to be able to ask questions, and the co-op agent is going to be able to ask you questions that I feel are necessary to truly understand the dynamics of the offer and also give you greater insight to negotiate properly. So part of my best practice is that when I go to put an offer together, we'll put the offer together. I have an email template that I use that just kind of highlights our level of professionalism, so the other agent knows that they're working with a true professional, a little bit of a background maybe on, you know, the client I'm representing, etc. So we're going to send over the offer via email, and then I immediately call the agent and let them know that I just sent them an offer. However, it is extremely important and necessary for us to discuss this offer before presenting to their client, because there's some additional valuable information that I'd like to share with them for the offer. So I really do my best to make sure that I'm able to talk to them verbally before they present to their client. The other important part to this is making sure that you have a record of all of your negotiations. So that's why, even though we're negotiating verbally, I always will follow up in some sort of a written context, whether text or email. If you're doing text, make sure you have a way to save that text as a record with that specific file, with that specific client. So if later on down the road, you get called out by IDFPR or something happens and you have to refer back to this transaction and all of the pieces to the transaction, you have a record of that. So it's really important that you follow up with a record. Prepare email template. I just talked about that. I think that goes a long way. I always look up whomever I'm going to be negotiating with. I look up their sales history. There's two things that I'm looking for. I am looking to see how much experience they may have, how long have they been in the business, how many transactions do they do, etc. So it's really helpful for me to have clarity and understanding with who I'm working with on the other side of the transaction. I'm also looking to see, are they familiar with closing cost credits? Are they familiar with different types of financing? Is their list price to sales price percentage a reasonable percentage? Or are they like a fierce negotiator and I'm seeing that their list price to sales price is, you know, very small, meaning that, you know, they're listing their properties spot on and they tend to get that price? Or go ahead.
Pam, where do you find this information for like the other agents?
So in the multiple listing service, so in the MLS and MRED, where you go now to look up properties, you can also look up agents.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yep. So you can look at any, so start with yourself, right? And I know you're new, so you might not have a lot of history, but you can look up any one of our agents in our office just to kind of play around with it. Okay. And so I'm looking at their history and I'm just kind of collecting data that just gives me insight. It's not anything from judgment, it's insight, right? Like, okay, what am I potentially working with here? And it just gives us much greater understanding. So when we go into these negotiations, we have a little bit more insight as to the person on the other end. Property history. So I'm always going to look at the property and look at the history of the property, meaning that if we're putting an offer on a property at 123 Main Street, I'm going to go look at the history of 123 Main Street. So I'm going to see, has it been off the market? Did it come back on the market? Has it been under contract previously? What is the market time? How long have they owned the property? That's the tax record. Mortgage. Do they have a mortgage on the property? All of this information is extremely valuable for your negotiations. Because if you're representing a buyer, for example, and the seller has a lot of equity in the property, price is always going to be a driving factor, but it may not be the most important factor. So potentially timing, maybe they bought another property because they have to relocate for job purposes, and closing in a certain period of time is going to be more important for that seller, and you're representing the buyer. You now know that information because you verbally talked to the other agent and you asked those questions. So now you can go back to your client and say, hey, I know that they're relocating for job purposes. They need to be, in another state by such and such date. If we can offer them a quicker closing date than maybe what we did, that's going to help us not necessarily have to come up in price as much, possibly, right? But if I didn't even know that information, we wouldn't even be able to use those tactics. So looking up this information is extremely important. This is one that probably most agents miss or don't include in their normal practice, which is foreclosure lookup. I cannot tell you enough how important this is. You can look up a property to see if it is in foreclosure and or potentially had a lis pendens. Lis pendens just simply means that at some point they were 90 days or more behind on their mortgage, and that their lender, their bank, had filed a lis pendens, which just simply gives their bank the ability to start filing the foreclosure process if they choose to do so. Now, a seller that may have had a lis pendens filed on them, they may not be in foreclosure. They could have just been behind on their mortgage and now they're caught up and they're fine. So that's why taking the actual step to look them up to see if they are in foreclosure is really important. And a lot of agents will list properties and not disclose that the property is in foreclosure or not, because until it actually happens, they have every right to sell the property. But wouldn't you agree that that'd be valuable information to know? Because now you know that this client is in this situation, right? And it gives you greater insight to actually negotiate this transaction. Plus, let's say you go under contract with a seller that's in foreclosure. You need to also understand that timeline. So this is something that has to be discussed between you and the other agent, whereas you don't want your buyer spending money on home inspections and any other appraisals, things of that nature, and the seller is moving closer and closer to foreclosure because of court dates, etc., and we didn't accomplish what we needed to in the time that was necessary to make sure it doesn't go into foreclosure, that they can close on the property before that time. So again, it's valuable information. It's things that you should be aware of and know, and you want to, as a professional, start off knowing that data and information before you even go into this transaction. Stack the terms and ask the co-op agent what is most important to their client. Literally, guys, just ask them. So sometimes we overthink this and like, oh, what's the strategy? Honestly, just ask them. Hey, Saul, I'm so excited to present this offer to you. Can you share with me, why are your clients moving? Or can you share with me why your clients are purchasing? Whatever it is. Well, what's most important to them? Just ask the other agent. More than likely, they're going to share with you. Now you have great insight, and now you can coach your client either way as to what terms we may want to lean into, which could ultimately save your client money. So that's what I mean by, is it money? Is it time? Is it stability? Meaning that if we can remove some contingencies to make them feel more comfortable, is that going to be an important element for that specific buyer or seller, right? As is, what's the emotional connection? So you really know what you're working with and what's going to work best for them. Does anybody have any questions or concerns or comments on that kind of those steps right there?
Where do you find all these foreclosure lookups and mortgage? I mean, tax records, mortgage on Remind, right? On
Yes, tax record mortgage you can do right through Remind through the MLS. Foreclosure lookup is going to be per county. So it just depends on which county the property is located in. So I can send you those tools outside of this, but it's really through the county.
okay, we'll put
Okay.
the email in the chat. And I checked on the MLS agent, and I don't see any information. There's like what the selling percentage or all these statistics on the agents.
When you're in the MLS, there's a hot button, if you will, all the way to the right, I believe. And you might have to include it on your page to see if it's on the main menu. But we have a link to broker metrics through the MLS. And when you get into that platform is where you can start pulling up agents' data and information.
I just inputted the name on Smart Bar. So it doesn't.
No, you're going to actually have to go through broker metrics, which should be like a hot link through your MLS page.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. So, okay. So let's just assume, so those are the tactics I use just to kind of prepare myself for the negotiations and the co-op agent and collecting data and insight to then know how we want to navigate through this and preparing my client for the best offer. So now let's just assume that we are representing a seller and we're going to go into negotiations on behalf of our seller as a listing agent. There's a lot of tactics that I use that lead up to the first offer. So I'm just going to go through some of those tactics. You may not do these things in your business, but maybe it's something that you can learn and want to implement. Okay. So there's a lot of urgency that is created when you first put the property on the market. So one way to create urgency when you first put a property on the market is through an open house. Now you can do an open house in person. Obviously you want to make sure you're following social distancing rules and COVID and making sure you're safe and your seller's on board with it. So assuming we're following all of those rules and or you're doing it virtually, which there's a lot of great technology and ways to do virtual open houses now and still create that buzz and that sense of urgency. So one way that I do that is all of our showings start at the open house. So when we list a property, we'll list the property on the MLS Thursday or Friday. You can only have it listed for 48 hours before the first showing has to be allowed. Okay, so that's an MLS rule. So you want to make sure to follow that rule. So if you list the property on Thursday or Friday, you have to allow showings by that Saturday or Sunday. So we'll usually do our open houses on Saturday, and there's a reason for that. So all the showings start on Saturday. So any agent that has a buyer that they want to bring through and or anybody that we're going to bring into the open house by way of our lead generation, circle prospecting, marketing, online, Facebook ads, advertisement, etc. We're promoting this property kind of as a grand opening, and we're looking to drive as much traffic as we can to that first showing time, which is really like our grand opening / open house. The reason that that's a benefit to your seller is that now when your buyer shows up, because you're going to have, do you guys know about reverse prospecting in MLS? You may not. So when you put in a listing in the MLS, you can hit a button that says reverse prospecting, and then it's going to show you how many potential buyers are matched to the criteria of the home that you're selling. So let's just say we're selling a property on 123 Main Street, and I list the property. I go to reverse prospecting and 250 people pop up that are potentially looking for a property just like the one I listed on 123 Main Street. Now, you as a realtor are not going to get the buyer's information, but you're going to get the agent that's representing them information, okay? So let's just say it's 250 people pop up at that price point. What I do before I list a property is I go ahead and list the property in the MLS as a draft listing, and I'll list it at several different price points. So let's just say that the property is worth around $250,000. I'll put a draft listing at $250,000. I'll put a draft listing at $260,000. I'll put a draft listing at $245,000, maybe $240,000. So I'll do a range of prices with the same property and several draft listings. I let that sit overnight. The next day, I'm able to hit reverse prospecting, and then I can see how many potential buyers or criteria match up to that price point for that property. So at 250,000, I might have 200 people. At 255,000, I might have 190 people. And at 260,000, I might have 215 people. So I've been doing this formula and tracking this one number since 2009. I've been doing this, so about 10 years. The number always comes to about 10%. So if 200 people show up in my reverse prospecting, that means I really have about 20 real prospective buyers. They're gonna more than likely come and see the property by way of setting an appointment through their agent. So when you actually list the property, I know right out the gate, I'm gonna have probably about 20 showings happen in the first initial run of us listing the property. And I'm telling you guys, it's like clockwork. You should see all my spreadsheets and it just shows up all the time. It's not always exactly that number, but it's always right in that ballpark. So this helps me with pricing and strategy, because sometimes you would think a lower price, you might have more prospective buyers. That's not necessarily the case. So by doing this range of pricing, you're able to actually potentially determine where you might have more opportunity for your seller in getting your property out there, okay? So by doing that strategy, setting my seller up with all of these steps before we list the property, when we list, we also do circle prospecting. So we actually get on the phones and lead generate, and we're gonna let all of the residents in the area know about this property for sale, and we're gonna invite them to the open house. We're looking to see if they know of a buyer that wants to move to the area. We're looking to see if they know of anybody else in the area that's looking to sell. So we are fishing for more listings. But if somebody's selling, that means that they're a buyer now. So maybe they're a buyer for this property. Maybe they're looking to downsize. Maybe they're looking to upsize. So by calling the residents as a circle prospecting in that area does create a lot of opportunity for you to truly go find a buyer for your seller. And in the meantime, you're looking for other business, as you should be. So we're also inviting them to the open house. So my goal is that I want to have as many people at that grand opening as possible, because those 200 people in reverse prospecting, as I said, it's about 10%. So that means I know roughly I have about 20 true, ready, willing, and able buyers that are going to come. I want those buyers to know that they're in competition and that they're not the only ones looking at the property. And that's what I mean about creating a sense of urgency. So in person or virtual. Broker remarks, I always, make sure that I, put in broker remarks. Please send all offers by Monday, 3 o'clock, and I put my email address. Doesn't mean that I have an offer. I'm just letting you know, send all your offers in. So again, it's another strategy of creating a sense of urgency. If I don't get any offers that weekend, then I just update the broker remarks and take that out. So I hope you guys can see there's a way to create this urgency. And again, you're working for your seller, so it's your job to drive as much traffic as possible and get them the highest and best price. Updated CMA and net sheet. Whenever we receive an offer on a listing, especially if it didn't sell right out the gate and it sold 30 days later, 60 days later, hopefully not, but if that happens, I always go and do an updated market analysis and make sure, and a net sheet based on the new offer, and make sure to share that with the seller. Because you want to make sure that they always know and they're informed, and you want to do this along the way, but definitely when you get an offer, you need to know and understand what your competition is and how you're going to have to demonstrate to the seller sometimes that wherever the offer came in at, based on what's on the market and their current competition, maybe it really is a good offer. And so by showing them that data at that time is going to just be helpful to help them interpret and understand what kind of offer they have on the table. Or on the flip side, maybe it isn't, but we won't know that unless we share that information with them. I always give them an updated net sheet based on the new offer too, if my old net sheet wasn't at that price, because you want to get your seller focused on their walkaway money, their profit. Don't let them get hung up on, well, I wanted $250,000 for this property and they're only coming in at $240,000, right? We got to get them off of that mindset and into how much money are you putting in your pocket? Because that's what's at stake here. And we're going to negotiate the best deal, trust me, but yet my job is to protect your bottom line. So let's talk about the money you're going to walk away with. It helps them get into that business mindset and understanding that it's not about necessarily how far apart you are in price, because sometimes you could be only $2,000 apart and people get their feet stuck in the mud, and it's silliness, because at the end of the day, what it actually means to either buyer or seller is literally pennies. So this is a strategy and insight that you can help your client with, so they can actually make better decisions and not get caught up on feeling like they need to win when they're so close in price and there's just, you know, a couple of thousand or something off that really isn't going to make too much of a difference. So by providing this information, it gets them in that mindset. It gets you in the right conversation with them. Lead generation numbers, that's when I do the circle prospecting. So we'll call, I always pull in 500 people, that's our number. So we'll drop in 500 people on our circle prospecting. We'll call all of them. We'll either talk to them, leave them a voicemail, or obviously there's just no answer. I'll take all of that data, we drop it into a spreadsheet. I share that with the seller before the open house, because I want them to know and understand that we're going to work for them, that not only did we list the property, but we proactively started lead generating to find them a buyer and bring them more opportunity. So when that offer comes in, they understand the amount of work and how many people have been reached out to about this property, and that they're not leaving anything left on the table. Okay, so we give them that data all up front just to kind of continuously set that stage and help them understand what's really happening behind the scenes. Showing stats, feedback, future showings. So when you receive an offer for a seller, you may be in the middle of showing the property, meaning that an offer comes in today and I have 2 showings scheduled for tomorrow. Your seller's going to know that there's 2 showings scheduled for tomorrow. Their tendency is going to be Pam, should we accept the offer today or wait for these showings tomorrow? Especially if the property is going under contract fast, they tend to get uncomfortable and think, oh my gosh, we didn't leave the property on long enough. We should wait out for a better offer. That's a very common theme with sellers. So what I do with showings and feedback and future showings is I explain to the seller, let's go ahead and focus with what we have today. We don't know what we're going to have tomorrow. The offer we have today may not exist tomorrow. This buyer that brought us this offer today could find something great tonight and jump to another property, right? They may pull their offer out entirely. We don't know if we're going to get an offer from these other future showings. So here's what we're going to do. I highly recommend we engage in negotiations with the offer we have on the table. In addition, anybody that's already shown the property, I'm going to personally call. So I send an email through showing time, but I don't stop there. This verbal contact, you guys, is so important because you'll get so many more results. So I'll do all the automated generated stuff, but I always make phone calls. So I'll call all the other agents that have shown the property up to that point, and I'll let them know, hey, you showed this property on 123 Main Street. Even if they showed it a month ago or a week ago, it doesn't matter. I just go through the list. I'm going to call them and say, just want to let you know we received an offer on this property. Does your client have any interest on this property, etc.? So they're going to say yes, no, they moved on, or oh my gosh, we were just thinking about that property. We do have some interest. Great, no problem. We'd love to receive your offer. You know, now you get to have that conversation and encourage them to put in an offer because time is of the essence. So I'll call all the agents that have previously shown the property, let them know we have an offer. I don't always get a response back, and I don't wait to get a response back, but at least I know we did our best to inform all parties, okay? I'm also going to review the feedback again, share all of this data with the seller, because if something constantly came up as feedback as to why the property was having a tough time selling, it's important to them to have that top of mind because we have an offer on the table and you want them to have all information available to understand how significant it is that we have an opportunity to sell the property. And it kind of just starts removing a lot of that attachment and emotions and coming from evidence. So I will share that again. And if there's anything that we should discuss and just kind of remind them of, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to be very straightforward with them. Future showings. So if I have those 2 showings that are happening tomorrow, for example, I will let the showings happen, but I'm going to call the agent as soon as they're done showing it and let them know we have an offer on the table. I have found if you let the agent know before they've shown the property that you have an offer on the table, more than likely their client will cancel the showing altogether and never come and look at the property. A lot of buyers get a little shy and they just don't want to deal with a multiple offer situation. And since they haven't seen the property yet, their tendency may be, well, I don't want to fall in love with it and then I can't do anything with it because it's already going under contract. They're already negotiating a deal. Why get involved in that process? The issue is that we're representing the seller and I've got to protect the seller and give the seller every opportunity. So I don't want to have those future showings canceled on us before the buyer gets to see it. But at the same time, I want to make sure I'm informing the agent and the prospective buyer as to where we're at in the process with any potential offers we may have on the table. So I explain all of this to the seller. So the seller knows exactly what we're doing and why. And then what I'll do is I'll just schedule a little reminder on my phone. I got a appointment tomorrow at 2. I have another appointment at noon. And my alarm will go off. It'll say like, Pam, call, so-and-so from KW showing 1111 Burlington. And then I'll make sure I make that phone call and say, hey, I know you just showed this property. What did your client think? Do you have any interest? Because we do have an offer on the table and I wanted to give you guys an opportunity. Okay. So again, we're not leaving any stone unturned. We're keeping everybody informed, but at the same time protecting our sellers' opportunity to bring them as many offers as possible. Multiple offer log. So I have a spreadsheet that now Command will be doing for us automatically, and you can generate it through Command. I'm still on my spreadsheet that I put together. I haven't converted over yet with this tool entirely, but it doesn't matter what system you use as long as you have one. And so I'll have a multiple offer log. And what that allows me to do is two things. I can communicate to the seller clearly the multiple offers and the terms of those multiple offers so they can see side-by-side comparison, price, closing date, earnest money, contingencies, mortgage, down payment, closing cost credit, pre-approval, the terms of their pre-approval, etc. So I always send that to the seller in an email, and I always call them and talk about it verbally, of course. Zoom now has been wonderful because I use that more and more in my client communication, because now they also get the experience of that body language. And we just have a much better connection, and I feel like I can show them more information instead of them looking at something and getting lost and not knowing how to interpret it. So if you have an opportunity to use Zoom, I find it very effective, especially in these situations. So I do have a multiple offer log that I'll use to show the seller the difference between the multiple offers. But then I have a multiple offer log of all the offers I've received throughout the entire year. So any offer I've ever received, it's all logged, buyer or seller. I put in offer price, list price. I put in what the actual close price was. Did we win the offer? Did we not win the offer, etc. So there's a lot of great data that helps me understand A, my performance as a negotiator, B, anybody on my team and their performance as a negotiator, and C, what is our percentage of list price to sales price in representing buyers, and or how well we're doing with sellers. So then I'll take that information and market that out. So on average, we're saving our buyers 9% off of asking price. So that's why you should work with XYZ. So these tools and and knowing your numbers and statistics are extremely important, because that creates your value proposition, as well as it helps you know where you're at. And then I'll separate it out with traditional sales, REO, meaning foreclosure, or short sales, because those can tip your numbers one way or another. Communication, client presentation, timing. This is so important. If you guys are familiar with The One Thing, and if you're not, I highly encourage, read that book, implement it into your own life and practice, and everybody you know, have them do the same thing. The one thing that I took out of The One Thing book was willpower is not on will call. You know how when you wake up in the day and you are completely fresh and you're ready to go, and everything that's going to happen throughout the day hasn't gotten to you yet, right? Because it hasn't happened yet. So your focus, your clarity, your ambition, your drive, it's spot on first thing in the morning. And as the day continues on, you start kind of running out of gas. It's just natural. Well, your seller or your buyer is the same way. So it's not wise for us to negotiate the most important transaction where they're either spending or receiving the most amount of money in their entire life at 9 o'clock at night. Because I guarantee you, they're not going to be of their right mindset. They're going to be tired, they're going to be emotional, and they're not going to be thinking clearly. So when you present these offers are key. Now, as a realtor, time is of the essence. So you have to know how to navigate through this properly, meaning that you get an offer, you don't ever want to be the cause of the delay of presenting that offer and or getting back and having those negotiations happen. But let's just say you get an offer at 9:30 at night. You can simply let that co-op agent know, thank you so much for the offer. I'm going to go ahead and present this offer to my client first thing tomorrow morning. And there's nothing wrong with that. If the agent expresses something different to you, then fine. Then maybe you need to handle that situation. Maybe there's some other outlier or some other, something that's happening that maybe it's important that you call your client at 9 o'clock at night. I don't know, but you'll have to have those conversations to gauge that. But there's no reason for you to be negotiating an offer that comes in at 9:30 at night, at 10 o'clock at night. I'm telling you right now, you will not get anywhere. And if anything, you'll probably not end up where you could. So when you present, how you present is so, so important. I know my client's schedule because I ask them in our consultation, how do you want to be communicated to and when do you want to be communicated to? And so you start to learn kind of how they live their life and when they're at their best energy. And if you have an opportunity to talk about the most important thing at that time, then utilize that leverage because it only serves them better. Okay. So I'm always very cognizant of that and even of my own energy, right? Vegas scenario. So this is something I learned from an agent when I was like 19 years old and just getting into real estate, and I was the transaction coordinator at the time, and I would hear him negotiate deals, and I always loved when he did this, and I swear to God it works. I do it all the time. So sometimes your client gets caught up on the pricing of where they're at in the negotiations, and they feel like they want to win and they want this one number and they're so stuck on it. What you can say to them is, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Seller, are you really willing to gamble $300,000 or $350,000, whatever the price is that they're getting for the house? Are you really willing to gamble that amount of money for $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000? Because really that's what they're doing. So you'd rather say no to a solid deal, everything makes sense, for $300,000 because you want that extra two to just kind of make you feel better, right? So when you help them understand that they're giving up a significant amount of money for a very small amount of money, and more than likely it's just their ego that's in the way, they get it. And they're like, oh my gosh, you're totally right. Like, what am I doing? So again, it's just another tactic that I use that helps them get clear about what we're actually looking to accomplish. Any questions on the seller negotiations or multiple offer or anything I talked about, the open houses, the showings, the communication? No? Okay. All right. So buyer rep negotiations. I always make sure I do a market analysis before presenting any offer or putting an offer together for any buyer. So some agents may not do that. I would not be in alignment with that. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it is your responsibility and fiduciary commitment to your client to truly know and understand the market at the highest level possible. And if you don't take the time to do a market analysis before putting an offer together for that buyer, you could miss out on some extremely valuable information that could change everything on the offer you're about to put together. So even if it's in a multiple offer situation and you feel confident that, oh yeah, the property's worth what they're asking, definitely do that market analysis. So that's like number one priority. Do the market analysis, share it with your buyer, call them, discuss it. Because what it's going to do is it's going to set the tone and the stage for not only where they want to go in with their offer price, but what's the range of value. And so I'll always say to the buyer, I'm here to let you know what the property's worth from an investment point of view. Your desire and motivation to buy this property is going to be, you know, your pricing and where you're willing to go on pricing is going to be driven by your desire and motivation to this property. I'm letting you know the property is worth, you know, between X and X. But maybe you're not as motivated and you don't want to buy the property between X and X, but that doesn't mean the property's not worth it. So the way that I can demonstrate that and come from evidence is through this market analysis. So maybe the property's worth $255,000 to $260,000, and the buyer says, I'm not willing to pay more than $250,000. Well, that's up to the buyer, right? But I'm telling them the property's worth $255,000 to $260,000. So as far as your investment goes, you're good. But if you personally aren't that motivated and you've got a number and you're just like, I'm not going to go over $250,000, then you know, that's up to the buyer. But they know the property's worth it. So once we get into those negotiations, and let's just say the seller gets stuck on $254,000, and I've already told that buyer over and over, property's worth $255,000 to $260,000. They were stuck on $250,000. Seller's lowest price is $254,000. There is an opportunity for that buyer to say, you know what, you told me already it's worth it. I'll come up to the $254,000. But if I didn't do that and set that stage and have that conversation, we may not be able to get to that point, and then they're just going to walk away, and it really could be the right property for them. So that market analysis and having that consultation is your absolute first priority and step in any negotiations, especially when you're representing that buyer. I always look up the agent's sales history. So same thing in the seller side I talked about earlier. So again, I'm just looking for insight. I just want to know, who am I working with, their level of experience. Are they used to concessions? So if I'm writing in a concession, meaning a closing cost credit or something like that, I know that they understand what that means. Or if I don't see a lot of them, I know that I might have to do a little bit more explaining. So then that way I can ensure that they understand it and they're explaining it to their seller in the right way, etc. Some agents use letter from the heart. I think that's something you're going to have to decide in your business. And there's a lot of changing environment and climate that we're in right now. So some agents have had feedback of like, listen, I don't want my clients to see photos of who the new buyer is or this or that and etc. So you're really going to have to kind of make that determination inside of your business if a letter from the heart is a tool you want to use or not. But it can be very effective because sellers tend to be a little bit more emotional. And if they can connect to the buyer emotionally, it makes them feel more comfortable. But that could backfire on you too. So, and I don't think that's up to us to make that decision, right? So that's a tactic that, you know, I'm not going to go that much further into. That's really going to be up to you and how you want to use that in your business. Stacking. So that's a strategy in negotiations. So when I'm putting an offer together for a buyer, we're going to determine what's most important to them, right? So this is our client, we know. So I can say, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Buyer, I know that your lease is up, you know, December 30th. And so I know it's really important in this offer that we try to get you closed, you know, by that time. So timing, the closing date's really, really important to us. So what we could do to try and accomplish that closing date is let's stack in some other terms. Again, be careful if you're in a multiple offer situation or not. So let's just assume you're not in a multiple offer situation. You don't have to worry about being in competition with other offers. So you can add in things like you can add in, you know, if you're really looking to get to like the closing date is really what's most important. Maybe you can offer them a little bit less earnest money in the initial negotiation, but then later when you're doing the counter, you can offer them more earnest money and still keep to your closing date to push the seller to be more motivated to come to your terms at the closing date, because now they're getting something else for it. Does that make sense? So you want to look at all of the terms that are available to you: earnest money, closing date, home warranty is a really good one. I use that all the time. Price as is, tax proration. So we could throw in a home warranty, which I always do for all my buyers. And they may say, Pam, that home warranty is not that important to me as a buyer, but we're going to throw it in anyways, because when the seller counters, now I've got something I can remove to then give the seller more of what they want, but it really wasn't that important to us anyways. So these are ways to build your negotiations to then ultimately protect what's most important to your client and give up on other things. So then hopefully you can get to a place that helps your client and they win in what they're looking for. Does that make sense? Okay. Mortgage calculator. This is huge. A lot of times buyers will get hung up on the same thing a seller will. I don't want to pay $254,000 for this property. My price was $250,000. That's it. When you actually put that into the mortgage calculator and you show them how much it really costs them on a monthly basis, it's literally dollars. Then they start to understand, oh my gosh, I'm going to possibly lose out on this property that I really like. I'm motivated to buy. It's the right one. And I'm getting hung up on $4,000 when really that only means a couple of dollars more a month in my actual mortgage payments. So when you can use that mortgage calculator to help them understand what they're really negotiating, it just again gives them a greater understanding as to what they might be saying no to or yes to, right? And again, it's their decision, but with that information, they tend to have a better understanding, and it's maybe not such a big deal as they thought that it was. To kind of wrap all of that up, communication is the absolute key to any negotiation, and more so in a multiple offer. So always do your best to stand out, connect, and care with all parties. We are there for our clients. So remember, remove your ego. It is not about you. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing and open up for any questions or comments, or any agents that have anything else that do, have, experience that they want to share that they do, please do. Come on, that good of a job with no questions.
Hello, Pam.
Hi, Christina, how are you?
Good. I have a quick question on the listing side. What's your usual turnaround time on accepting an offer? Because I know sometimes you wait for multiple offers to come in, but what's, the usual turnaround time to get them all together and then, get back to everyone else?
So, is it a multiple offer situation?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's a multiple offer situation, so we'll receive the first offer, right? And then obviously the second offer comes in, which now makes it a multiple offer situation. At that time, that's why I always go back and I start calling all the agents that showed the property. So I tell my seller, hey, we now have a multiple offer situation. Let me go ahead and make some phone calls to see if we have any other prospective offers coming in. Let me see if I can track any of these other agents down and get a gauge or understanding as to how many other offers we might have coming in. Depending on that information from those phone calls will help us determine how we want to respond back to the other 2 offers. So let's just say, for example, I talked to all the other showing agents and there aren't any other offers coming in. I would then go back to the seller and say, it sounds like these might be our only 2 offers. So the seller actually is the one who gets to determine how they want to handle the multiple offer situation. So for you guys that are newer agents, definitely hear me out on this. It is not us calling the shots. Your seller is the one who should be making the decision, meaning that your seller can accept any offer at any time of their choosing. There's no rule that says because you have a multiple offer situation that each offer has the right to bring the highest and best offer to the table. The seller can simply say yes to offer A if they choose. Now, if offer A is significantly less of a price than offer B, and then you go to close on the property, offer B sees that closing price, they're going to turn you into IDFPR and say, wait, I offered way more than what it closed at. What happened here? Were there some fair housing laws violations, etc.? So you have to have a good understanding and knowledge as to why offer A may have been a better offer, especially if the price is so different. But the seller has every right to accept an offer that they want, as so long as they're not violating any fair housing laws. So offer A may have had no contingencies. It could have been cash, and they could have offered a closing date in 1 week. So the seller might have been willing to offer or take less of a price because all those other terms was the benefit to them. So that would stand up, okay? So I just want you to know going into this, a multiple offer is really up to the seller and how they want to handle it. We will give them guidance and let them know a good way to handle a multiple offer situation is to allow everyone an opportunity to come to the table with their highest and best price. But a seller doesn't have to do that, just so everybody knows and has clarity on that, okay? But let's just say in this scenario, we don't have any other offers coming in that we're aware of. We got 2 offers on the table. I would recommend to my seller, hey, what we can do if you're in agreement, again, it's up to you, but if you're in agreement, we can go back to offer number 1 and offer number 2 and say, hey, you have until tomorrow by 12 p.m. or 3 p.m. to give us your highest and best offer. You are in a multiple offer situation, and then give them that time to then bring you your highest and best. It also gives you more time to potentially receive any other offers, you know, during that waiting period. So you want to move on them. Time is of the essence. You don't want to lose the offers you have. So it's not unreasonable to ask for highest and best by a certain time the next day. Some agents might do 2 days. Again, it's up to the seller and what they're requesting, but a reasonable amount of time that seems to be kind of the norm, if you will, is usually in about a day's time.
Great. Thank you, Pam.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yep. What else can I say about that? I think that's it. I don't think anything else regarding like that multiple offer and like kind of handling it. You know, again, that lead generation, that circle prospecting I was talking about earlier too, because I got everybody on an auto dialer at that point, because I actually, you know, we went and made these calls. We have a whole log of all of the 500 people that we called, let's say, for example. I can put in a automated voicemail, so I'm not actually having to call all those people again. and I can drop them in, and I can reach out to all of those residents, if you will, or neighbors, and say, hey, I know that I called you a couple of days ago on 123 Main Street. Just wanted to let you know. The good news is that we already have an offer on the table. We have multiple offers on the table. We can only sell it to one buyer. Do you know of anybody else that's looking to sell their property? So this is how you create more business from listings. You could do the same thing with buyers. You don't have to just use listings. But that's how this is how you, once you start, when you have business, this is how you create more business opportunity, and you should be holding your business accountable to do that. So my expectation is to create one more business opportunity from every listing or buyer we have. And if we're not doing that, we probably failed somewhere along the line in our process, or didn't do some part of our system, or didn't do enough of it to actually create that opportunity to come back to us. And now these sellers, these neighbors are like, holy smokes. They not only called me about the property, they're doing an open house, they're marketing the property, they're proactively looking for a buyer, they're actually following up with me, they've actually already sold the property. Now you stay in touch with them. Who are they gonna wanna use when they're ready to sell? And or they have a referral. So that's how you can start adding to your database with a haven't met lead generation purpose. So you've never met these people, but now you're starting to develop that relationship, and you just put them in your command. You put them in your system, and you can label them circle prospecting for 123 Main Street. So you know where they came from. Do I have a question? Is there a question? Dave, I love you. Anybody else have anything else? Like I have time, so I'm here. If you have any, it doesn't even have to be specific to this. If there's anything that's on your mind, questions, concerns, I'm here.
Do you use a standard like email template when you send out your offers? And
yes.
Would you share that with us, like your like kind of how you phrase it and what points you make and everything like that?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, no problem. And what we do, Meg, is so I have an email template, and then inside of that template, you know, depending on the situation, we might add more information, maybe about the buyer or, you know, whomever we're representing. So there's a portion of it that's going to be a little bit more customized, specific to the situation, but the structure and the outline, a lot of it is repetitive.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. And you know who I received one from, and I was very impressed, is our very own Pete Krasinski and Joel from the Lincoln Park location. I was working with them. We were, you know, on the opposite sides of the transaction as co-op agents. And I received one from them, and I'm like, this is fantastic. And I sent it to my assistant, and I said, repeat it, duplicate it, steal it, do whatever. I'm like, this is great. And so then we created one from that. So as you're in business and you find other agents that are doing awesome things, take them and use them, especially Keller Williams. We're in a culture of sharing and caring and helping one another out. So all right, anything else? No?
I have such a situation. One time I had many years ago as a customer, maybe it can happen, you know, as an agent as well. So like I was bidding on one property, it was $300,000, and I gave the full price, and the property sold for $50,000 less. I was so mad because, and then the agent explained they prefer the cash offer, but in the listing, it wasn't said anything about that. So I just was wondering how they can reject just $50, I mean, 50K.
That's exactly what I was talking about, Saul. So I'm glad you brought this up. So just for clarity, did you say your offer was $350? They accepted?
No, the listing price was 300K. I gave 300K, and with conventional loan and 20 down. But they didn't accept that.
You
offer.
froze.
I mean, my
Say that
offer
again?
was 300 full listing price, and it was 20 down and conventional loan.
Okay,
The other party 250.
but it was cash. That-
But it wasn't said anyway in the listing that they prefer cash.
And it doesn't have to, because honestly, ultimately, it's up to the seller as to what they're going to accept. And as long as they're not violating any fair housing laws, there is sometimes a situation where a seller may accept less money than another offer. And cash could be one of those determining factors. Because if you think about it, you know, $50,000 is a lot of money. Like, don't get me wrong. However, for whatever that situation may have been, them knowing that they were going to close and that there weren't any mortgage contingencies or possibility that the property could fall apart, or maybe it wouldn't appraise out, whatever the situation or circumstances were, they felt that for $50,000 less, they wanted to know and bank on the fact that they were going to close on this property without any contingencies, and it was as good as gold, I guess, right? Plus, we don't know what their closing date was too, or if they had some sort of time frame or something that maybe that other buyer was able to close like within a week or 2 weeks, and it just helped them in another situation. They had to pay the IRS taxes. Who the heck knows, right? So there can be these circumstances that will have sellers choose what would it look like to be a favorable offer, but for one reason or another, it is, and they have every right to do it as long as they're not violating any fair housing laws.
So basically, as an agent, you're not liable if the seller decides to go with that offer or that.
Well, so this is why that offer log I was talking about, you guys, and keeping a record of your negotiations. So I'll share with you right now. I got turned into IDFPR for a property at 3616 Laramie. I'm actually encouraging you to go look it up in the MLS. It's a very interesting property. So 3616 Laramie in Chicago. It's a multi-unit. And I was the listing agent, and I sold it, gosh, it must have been last year, 2019. And so we listed the property. I knew that it was going to go in a multiple offer situation because of the price point in the city of Chicago for a multi-unit. I knew every investor was going to jump on this property, but the property had a lot of material defects in the sense that once I knew people got to the property, they weren't going to find it as such of a great value as it might look on paper. So for example, the ceiling height in the basement was extremely low. There were, you know, just some work that was needed downstairs in the basement, etc. Right? So when you look at it on paper, oh my gosh, they're asking this amount in Chicago for a multi-unit, looks like a great price. I knew we were gonna have a ton of activity. So we had multiple offers our first time out. I had all of those offers logged. I think it was 12 offers to be exact, okay? Client, seller chose pretty much the highest and best offer at that point, right? So 11 other people were rejected. Went under contract with that first buyer. That first buyer ended up backing out. It was an owner-occupied purchaser. They were going to do a combined living arrangement with some other family members. Some other family members had to make other arrangements to make this happen. I did not know any of that information because the buyer's agent, of course, didn't share that with me. So about 2 weeks into the listing, all of a sudden the buyer cancels on us. And I'm like, oh, great. Okay, no problem. We're going to put it back on the market. I know we'll get multiple offers again. We had an inspection done. So now we actually knew about some other material defects of the property that we had to disclose. One of them was the roof. So now I had to disclose that we had some issues with the roof. We dropped the price a little bit, relisted the property, multiple offers came in again. So I had another round of multiple offers, probably 6 or 9 offers. Went under contract again. That deal fell apart. Found myself having to go back to the market, listed it again, finally sold it again with another round of multiple offers, and then finally closed. What happened with my situation is a buyer from the first round of offers, which was at a much higher price, saw the closing price and was like, what in the world happened? I offered X amount and it closed here. Why didn't that agent take our offer? Well, first and foremost, their offer at that time, I had higher offers and we went under contract with somebody at a higher offer. They failed to resubmit another offer and another offer if they were still interested. So that is really on them and or their buyer's agent to not continue to follow through if a property goes back on the market after you put an offer in. So this is another tool that I use whenever I put an offer in on a property for a buyer. I'll do what's called an address watch. I'm actually going to pull this up for you guys because I think this is extremely helpful and it has saved my butt so many times. Let me hit share screen again. Here, so we're going to go into the MLS. So when I put in an offer in for a buyer, I'm always going to put them on what's called an address watch. I'm going to go to a real buyer right now because it'll make sense. Stephanie. Okay. So Stephanie Gold, as you can see here, you guys can see this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so right here, this first one says Stephanie Gold, address watch, offer 1860 81st Street. Stephanie Gold, let's see, here's another one. Stephanie Gold, address watch, 537 97th Street, temp to active. What that meant is that she really wanted to see this property and it was currently temporarily off the market. And I contacted the agent to find out why, to see if they were going to be putting it back on. I think it was COVID or something. I don't remember now what the reason was. But instead of me trying to remember all of this stuff and stay on top of these things as we should for our clients, I simply put this property on an address watch. So even though it should pop up in her MLS search once it goes active, I have another layering effect, another alarm, if you will, that's going to go off and say, Pam, this property is now active. Your client wanted to see it. So now let's go ahead and schedule an appointment and get in there ASAP. With the address watch for the offer, we put an offer in on this property and it was a multiple offer situation and we lost out. So I told my buyer, I said, listen, if this property should come back to the market, I'm going to go ahead and put it on an address watch. So should it come back on the market, of course, we would hope that the listing agent would call us, but I can't rely on that happening. They don't have to call us. We hope that they would, and I communicated and asked them to, but let's go ahead and do our own system, our own safety net, if you will. And I'm going to put this property on address watch. So if it changes from contingent or pending back to active, or reactivated, we're going to get that additional alarm, right? That additional email, this property's back live. Because although it should go in the feed for their MLS, if you have them on a property search, it can still get lost with the other 10 listings that popped up that day. And they may not remember the address to then remember, oh my gosh, that's the property we put the offer on. It's back on the market. Let's go look at it. Or let's revisit, do we want to put an offer? So how you do that is I labeled it correctly first, as you saw. So I knew what this search was for. And then you simply highlight all of the statuses, right? Your client will not receive off-market statuses. They won't receive canceled or expired. The system won't send it to them, Okay, so I've got everything else highlighted. And then you just simply put in the address, 1860 81st. Don't put in the MLS number because the MLS number can change if they relist the property. So it's always the address. When you set up the search to begin with, you always hit view results to make sure that you put the address in correctly and it's attached to the listing. So always hit view results, make sure you got the property there correctly. And then once, you know, should it close, like you can see here, or go back on the market, we now are aware of that information. This also helps me with that offer log I told you about. We keep track of all the offers we do. I'm also going in and putting in the closed price because that's how I'm going to calculate out how far off were we on our negotiations for our buyers? What was our percentage of offer or last offer versus the closed offer? So this is feedback as a professional, right? This is just you evaluating even the market and also your own expertise and knowledge and understanding. So I really look at all of these things in its entirety all the way through. So, you know, for example, on this property, whatever, they were asking 159.9 and it looks like they got 159.9 and there's no concessions. So that one sold for asking price and it was conventional, right? So now I can look at our offer and say, okay, well, where did we land? I think we were at like 157 and she just wouldn't go all the way. So possibly for $2,000, which in the mortgage calculator is zero money, she didn't get this property.
This reminder clicks for you or it sends to the client as well?
This will send to the client. So here, I've got them on.
So any time when the status changes, it sends to
Anytime the status changes, it will send it to them. It just won't send them expired or canceled because the MLS won't send off-market status to your client. So those are the only two statuses that the MLS does not share with your client. And the MLS will tell you that. It'll say, you have an off-market status checked. We don't share that in the client form. Update your search. It'll tell you that. So that's why I don't have those two statuses marked. Because if I did, it wouldn't push through to the client when I need it to. So that's why I purposely have those off. But closed or pending, it will push through to the client. So I did, so let me just go back to her client information. Okay. So if that property, so when that property closed, it would have emailed her that property closed. And I'm just looking for it right here. Let's see. It was, what did I say? 537 97th Street. Or no, that was the temp to active. Yeah, but I think that's the one we looked at. I don't remember. But let me just show you right here. Right here. So we have I just goofed it up. Well, either way, yes, it'll email them, but it'll email you if you put it on the status to email you as well. So here, let me click on this one and it'll show you what I'm talking about. So here's the property, right? Save search. So this is where you can do this and then send me notification when search runs. Send email notifications even when there is no search. That's that one there. And then you could click here. That's for that modification. But this is where you can choose to actually send you the notification. So whenever you have properties you're sending to your client, you can also receive those notifications. I personally have that turned off because I have, you know, so many buyer property searches going. My email is just, it's just a nightmare. So I have a different way that I check in on my clients on a daily basis, and the system I use to do that. But my point of what I was showing you is that this poor buyer who put an offer in on 3616 Laramie, who had every right to basically think what he thought and contact IDFPR and say, hey man, this Pam Saul chick, man, what the heck? I offered X amount, she sold it for this, what's going on, what gives? And it was a big amount, it was a big difference. I totally get why he would have done that. And so what saved my butt was I had everything saved. I had all the offers saved. I had offer log for the first round of offers. I had all the contracts there. So I was able to show the officer from IDFPR, I'm like, listen, I had 12 offers. Here's all 12 offers. Here's the one we went with. As you can see, it was a much better offer than the offer the guy who's complaining offered. So that's why we went with that offer. So that's the end of that. From that point forward, we had to relist the property. We learned about some more kind of defects with the property. So the value was going down because it needed to, it had to justify it, or else I was never going to sell this property and keep it under contract. And so he had an opportunity to put an offer then. He had an opportunity to put an offer then. Why he didn't, that's between him and his agent. I have no control over that. And so the IDFPI officer is like, Pam, you are spot on. I see everything, and I had everything labeled and organized, and I had the correspondence with the buyer's agent where I said, hey, we're in a multiple offer situation. The sellers asked for highest and best due by such and such date. Please let me know if your client's offer is changing or staying the same, whatever the case was. She replied and said his offer is staying the same. I said, okay, great. I had all that correspondence saved. So not only did my seller have the right to go with the other offer and it made sense, I also had proof and evidence that I communicated with this agent about the multiple offer, and her client had every opportunity to even change his initial offer, and they decided not to. So, you know, IDFPR obviously found in favor of me, and that was the end of it. But that can happen. But if I didn't have all of that data and I didn't have everything saved, it would have been a mess. It would have been a nightmare, because how, you know, how am I going to prove that I had all these other offers that were much better? And how am I going to prove the series of why we went down in price and made sense of why we landed where we landed? Because when you look at the MLS, the story doesn't make sense until you can hear all of this back information. So when I say, like, really truly have a record and keep a record of all of your correspondence, especially when it comes to negotiations and offers, it is absolutely key. Because Saul, like you said, people will look at this closed price, and sometimes when you look at it from the front facing side, it's not gonna make sense or add up, and you'll get complaints against you. But if you've done your work and you did things above board, as we do, you'll be okay.
Yeah, I get it. It's important to record everything. Yeah.
Yes, always.
So how do you do in Gmail? You put the under each address somehow folder?
Yeah, here, I'll show you. I'll show you what I do. Don't look at my email right now. It's awesome. All right, so you guys can see here to the left. So let me find, yeah. So here is, yeah, court cases, great. So here's active listings. So then I'll do active listings, and I'll have all the addresses there. So then as I'm continuing to communicate, continuing to communicate on these listings, Google's, I just, you know, like label it, like, I don't know, I'm gonna try and find one. Let me go to like inbox. Sure, I got something sitting here. Whatever. I don't know, whatever. Here, Connect MLS, Stephanie Gold. So she's a buyer I was working with. So when I'm done with this email, I just hit move to, and then I've got Gold. Buyers, Stephanie Gold. There's her file. So she's under buyers, and then she has a subfolder, Stephanie Gold. I move it there, and it's done. So I don't have to like delete. I don't have to do anything. It's all in there. So if I go to Stephanie Gold's email folder right now, everything I've done with her is all saved there. All of her correspondence, all of her emails, everything.
Excuse me, Pam. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Pam. Just a quick question. I was thinking about taking the negotiating class with Carr, and I'm not sure, but did you get your training just from experience, or did you go to a class? Do you have any thoughts on?
Yeah, so for me, it all has been mostly experience. Now, you have to remember, I've been in real estate for 25 years at this point, and selling for about 20. So, you know, I have a lot of experience, obviously have led up to this point, you know, over 1,000+ transactions, etc. So definitely the experience, you know, has led me to this point. But as far as training, I'm a big believer in training. You know, any of you that may know me well or just getting to know me at this point, you would see me in every single class possible. I would be sitting in the front seat with my notebook and like taking notes, participating, asking questions. That is how I learn best, is just to make sure I'm learning as much as I can. And then I take it and implement it into my practice. So I'm a big proponent of learn as much as you can, because I guarantee you, even with that board, you know, the Chicago Association of Realtors training or what have you, you'll pull out a few strategies that you'll be able to implement immediately and will be extremely helpful. There's nothing better than learning from, obviously, real time, right? So when you have an opportunity to shadow someone, or training like this is why I like this. This is more of a workshop, right? That's why I'm here for you guys. Like, any questions you have, like, we could walk through it and talk about it, because this is more of like a shadowing. So even though I didn't really have the call with the seller, I think you guys got a pretty good idea of what that looked like, right? Because I kind of walked you through those steps. So shadowing people and coming to stuff like this, where it's like real live agents that are doing it every day, is probably the best.
Now, will we have an opportunity to view this in a recording or
Yes, this is all being recorded. So I'm probably going to get yelled at because I'm like, you know, 2 hours for a 1 hour class.
how do we access the recording though? How do we get the recording?
Kara, so our leadership team at One Chicago, they should be sending out these recordings. And I think that they're doing them in that daily update, that daily newsletter, I think is where they're sending out the recording of these classes that are going on. So let me communicate that to them to make sure that that's what's happening. But I know that this is being recorded for the purpose of sending it out to everybody. Or, you know what it might be? We're uploading it into our YouTube channel, and you can go into our YouTube channel and access any of our training that we've had either today or in the past or in the future.
So do I look it up by your name or just negotiations?
I think it's by the class name.
Okay. And something else, I came in on, not when you started, so I'm sure I didn't get all the good stuff. But did you use any other like tools except MLS to like track all that info that I did catch you mention? Like, you know, all the copies of your offers, all the copies of the buyers and all that kind of backup information. Did you use anything other than the multiple listing service?
Great question. I actually didn't go into that. So the backend system that I've used to kind of as my library of files, I've been in Dropbox because I started Dropbox filing for my sales team back in 2009. So when I decided to go paperless, which was in 2009, the only system we had available to us was Dropbox. So as you can imagine, since 2009, I've built my entire Dropbox folder with my entire business in it. Then KW connected with Google Drive and said, hey, as a KW agent, you now have Google Suites. And so my intention was to get all of my files into Google Drive and then house everything there. Now we have Command, right? And so now I'm also just starting to put all of my stuff into Command and utilizing it, you know, in that way. What I will highly recommend, use Command because it's going to give you data and information that's important. So a lot of the spreadsheets that I'm doing by hand, I'm not going to have to do because Command's going to be able to give me that data. So I'm really excited about that. But I will encourage all of you, even though you're using Command, still have your own back-end filing system where you're keeping your files, whether that's a Dropbox or a Google Drive or any other platform, doesn't matter. Just make sure you have one. And I will, I mean, what the heck, we're already like 5 hours into it. Which I don't mind, and any of you can hang up. I'm not, you know, I won't be offended by any means. But let me show you. Can you see the screen?
No.
Okay. All right. Now you can.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is my Dropbox folder. So it's not, it doesn't matter that it's Dropbox or not. I'm just going to kind of quickly show you. I'm in the wrong one. Signature Plus Team. Okay. Okay. So this is my Signature Plus Team Dropbox folder. So as you can see, it's pretty massive. I just labeled everything A, which are all the folders that I use the most often. So they're just right at the top. That's all that is. But as you can see here, SPT properties. So, oh, sorry, I started doing this in 2007. I said 2009, so it's actually 2007. So 2007 is when we decided, I'm like, I'm going paperless, that's the end of it, right? And so we started filing all of our stuff here, right? So like, let's just take, I don't know. Okay, so what I did was, obviously I labeled them by year, so it's easier. And then I separate canceled versus closed, because I need to keep a record of all my properties that canceled, whether I lost the listing or maybe we had it for sale and for rent and we rented it out. So then the sale listing got canceled, right? That can happen too. So I do have a record of all of that. So then we have our closed properties, and then you represent buyers or you represent sellers. They got buyer closed 2014, and then I got listings closed 2014. My business partner Donna used to dabble in commercial, so we had some commercial stuff closed as well. So we separated that out in addition. And then we also were working with some insurance companies and helping them find temporary housing for people that unfortunately had a house fire and their house basically burnt down and they needed somewhere to live while they were rebuilding their house. So that's what Care One Closed was. But let's just go to listings closed, for example. Now you have listings, and then you can also represent, this should actually just say rental listing instead of tenant. But you could represent a seller or a landlord, right, listing their property for rent, which I work with a lot of investors. So I have a lot of that. That's a big part of our business, actually. So then I'm in my listings. And then, so these are all the listings that closed in 2014. And then every single one of my folders should look like this.
Okay.
And so we keep it very, very clean. So like all the listing documents should be here, right? And so here, I just pulled it up. There it is. You know, I mean, the whole thing, disclosures, whatever. So that's just.
Now, excuse me, but how would you upload something that was signed, you know, physically? How did you scan it?
Yeah, just scanned it. We would just scan it.
Okay.
Yep. So here, offers, perfect. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. So in this scenario, it looks like I had multiple offers on this property. This is going back to 2014, right? So I've been doing this for a while, like I said. And so we saved all of those offers. And so we know what was going on. This, whatever. So this is the offer that got sent over, etc. So then I have my contract. So this is the actual property we ended up going, the buyer we went under contract with. And then here's all of the documents that obviously we would normally use for a transaction. And so they're all saved. It's nice and easy. So if I get called on this property from IDFPR or from my seller or anybody that just needs something, I can easily give this to them. You know,
Pam, if I looked up this video on YouTube, what would I do? What would I put in the search engine to make sure I find this video? Like, do I put in?
Yeah, this class was called Negotiations. HIIT, HIIT, HIIT sessions listings. So today was a whole day of HIIT sessions specific to listings, and this one is negotiations.
So I would put what in the search engine? Could you say that again?
HIIT, HIIT.
Okay. HIIT. Okay.
Yeah, sessions, and then it says listings.
Okay.
And then this section of the day is negotiations.
Okay, so each morning when I get a text message saying, hey, here are the classes for today, then at the top it's going to be the name of the classes. Like this one would be HIIT, the name would be HIIT, HITT?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I'm putting it in the chat box for you.
Okay.
Already,
There you go.
I think, hit listings, remember, 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
It's in Keller Williams, 1 Chicago. You need to subscribe.
Oh, okay. Keller Williams, 1 Chicago?
Yes, it's their channel, so they already uploaded some other videos.
Yeah, we used to do that at O'Hare and Lakeview, and we implemented it here now in 1 Chicago. So we wanted to create a YouTube channel where we can have a library of all of the training that we're doing exactly for this purpose. So sometimes you may not have been available to attend in person, but you really wanted to listen to it, right? Or get some value from it. Or you were able to attend, but wait, you know, Pam talked about this or said that. What was that again? Or what have you? And you could always reference back to it.
Right, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Of course. Well, guys, I'm always here for you. As you can tell, I'm very passionate about real estate and you as our agent partners. I love each and every one of you. And like, I want nothing more than for you to succeed at the highest level. So my door is always open. You can call me pretty much anytime. I will make myself available to help you because I believe in your success and I believe in your opportunity. And that's what we're here to do, is support you in making that happen. So thank you for taking the time to come today. I learned some stuff along the way, which was great. And I hope that you did too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pam. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Of course. All right. Bye, guys. Have a good evening.
Thanks so much,
Bye.
Pam.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, that was golden.